numbers, and United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. We are celebrating Universal Acceptance Day today with the theme Connecting the Unconnected, building to multilingual internet for Viksit Bharat. With a huge round of applause, please welcome today's event as we would be needing your support. Thank you so very much. We are organizing this day, we are celebrating this day with the objective to share challenges, motivate decision, create awareness in technical community, celebrate achievements, and encourage updation. So let's become integral part of it. Once again, please, a huge round of applause because this day will symbolize the better tomorrow, and each of us always looks forward for the better tomorrow. So I would like to welcome our dignitaries, and before that, I would suggest kindly keep your cell phones at the silent mode. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your kind cooperation. I would like to welcome on stage, on the dais, CEO, National Internet Exchange of India, Dr. Devesh Tyagi. Internet Corporation for Assigned Name and Numbers Representative, Mr. Samiran Gupta, VP, Stakeholder Engagement and MD, Asia Pacific. Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and Representative, UNESCO Regional Office for South Asia. Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I humbly request Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO NIXI, to kindly present bouquets to our guests, the dignitaries. It is a matter of great pride that we all are here to celebrate Universal Acceptance Day. As I said, it is a day for better tomorrow. So, Dr. Devesh Tyagi is presenting bouquets to our dignitaries, our guest, Mr. Samiran Gupta, VP, Stakeholder Engagement and MD, Asia Pacific, Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and Representative, UNESCO Regional Office for South Asia, Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F. Meti. I humbly request our guest to kindly be seated, and I would request Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO, National Internet Exchange of India, to kindly address.
Good morning, all. We are gathered here to celebrate Universal Acceptance Day 2025, and I welcome you all on this occasion. The enthusiasm which I can foresee will definitely encourage us to take constructive steps and to deliver what is required in the universal acceptance. Mr. Tom Curtis, Samiran Gupta ji, Santosh ji, and our secretary, who will be joining us in a short while. Along with them, I welcome you all. And on behalf of NIXI, I would say that there will be enough efforts which is being made by NIXI, but they are incomplete without the contribution of stakeholders. Stakeholders like CDEC, NIC, ICANN, and all other part of universal acceptance, including Ministry of Culture and Ministry of MSME. We will build a universal acceptance resilient country. I would like to say that had been a great steps which has been taken by NIXI in past 2 years, starting from global organization of Global UA Day. We had traveled a lot. I would like to share that currently we had 3.80 lakhs of IDNs which has been allocated by NIXI to the various organizations or the individuals. So this is a significant progress which we are making. We are working with NIC as well as CDEC, and in the recent meeting, it was decided to further profile the intrusion of universal acceptance across the government organizations. Apart from government organizations, we are also reaching out to other universities, other private sectors to be part of our universal acceptance drive. So what I would like to brief you is that along with NIXI, different stakeholders are working tirelessly to achieve the milestones which we had set for us. The website, mostly website which are currently in Hindi and English, we want to be them to be working with the regional languages as well. You see, currently we are having 955 millions of the people who had access to internet. And next wave of the users, as they say, will come up from non-English speaking languages. So to accommodate them and to provide the services in their own native languages, we have to progress a lot. We have made certain plans which we will be implementing in coming years so that we are able to give the services, or we will be able to reach to the unconnected people because of the language barriers. This will not only help us in servicing those people, but it will help us in bridging the gap of the digital divide in the country as well. As we are having a very diversified countries, we are having 22 languages, and we had around 15 scripts to accommodate those languages. We can be the flag bearer in this particular thing which ICANN has undertaken. We also can work at the different levels of, like, universities. There are very leading universities which can be partnered, which we are also reaching out to them. There are many private organizations where we can reach out because they are also servicing the masses at large. You see, as the Honorable Prime Minister says that we are a country of masses, and the solution to reach out to them or to serve them is all about technological solutions. So the DPI which we had created in last few years says all about that. And at NIXI, we want to further contribute or further fuel that growth. So this UA Day 2025, this year we have the objective to contribute towards the national building and for the development of multilingual internet for a Viksit Bharat. We are constantly working with MITI, NIC, CDEC, FICCI, and other distinct stakeholders to further advance this initiative. We had also taken the steps to raise awareness on the persisting issue surrounding universal acceptance. We foresee that the benefit of this initiative are multifold, as this ensures everybody has the ability to experience the full social and economic power of the internet using their chosen domain name and email address that best aligns with their interest, business culture, language, and script. It also provides a gateway to the next billion internet users. It enables governments and societies to better serve their communities through the use of increasing number of new domains and many other scripts. On the technical front, UA means an environment through which any computing device or the operating system or the browser or social media or e-governance app accept instruction in local languages and constraints all the constraints that a technical compliance presents, we are overcoming that. We are considering the best practices for the UA languages other than English, and we are providing all valid domain names and email addresses regardless of script, language, or character length, and we are fully supporting universal acceptance across our country. With this, I would encourage you all to actively participate in the proposed panel discussion and workshop which we'll be organizing for the benefit of the masses at large, to learn about our novel initiatives which could help us in realizing the untapped potential of the internet. We'll be working together with all stakeholders to reach out the unreached and to serve the underserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words, sir. As we would like to tell you all that I humbly request Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO NIXI, to kindly present a bouquet to Honorable Secretary Shri S. Krishnan, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Please give a huge round of applause. It is a moment of great pride for us, and I would like to request Shri S. Krishnan, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, kindly light the lamp so that we could carry forward the session. Along with them, I would request Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO NIXI, Mr. Samiran Gupta, as well as Mr. Tim Kottis and Shri T. Santosh to kindly light the lamp. It is a light which symbolizes wisdom and knowledge. And as I said, it is for the better tomorrow.
शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्प्रदां शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते। शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्प्रदां शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते।
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. I humbly request our dignitaries to be on the dais. Now I humbly request Honorable Secretary Shri S. Krishnan, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to kindly inaugurate Universal Day Acceptance 2025, followed by a video which would be showcasing the relevance of Universal Day. So, once again, with a huge round of applause, please.
See how happy he is. He gets whatever information he needs on the web. Today, people are accessing vast amount of information using a variety of devices. In contrast, here is a person who cannot access the internet. Although many websites are available in regional languages, the information is still not available to him. What is the hurdle? One of the major hurdles is that web addresses, also known as domain names, are available only in English. What if the web address can be in his mother tongue? Yes, that is a great idea. That's where IDNs, internationalized domain names, step in. So, if he wants to access information on farming, he can now visit, for example, meriketi.bharat in Hindi on a browser and access the information highway. It is now possible to access internet using your mother tongue. ICANN, NIXI, and CDAC have worked together to make this possible. This Herculean task has been made possible by the team who are working relentlessly to ensure that the fruits of internet reach the masses. Great efforts have been taken while adapting the standards, framing the policies with experts, undertaking stakeholder consultations, awareness workshops, and developing the required framework to make .Bharat a possibility. Special care has also been taken to minimize the risks of online frauds. The release of .Bharat domain names is a step to bridge the digital divide and will benefit sectors like e-governance, education, agriculture, e-commerce, to name a few. All government schemes can now be made available to the common man in his own script and language.
We would like to thank Honorable Secretary Shri S. Krishnan, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, for launching Universal Acceptance Day 2025. And now I humbly request Shri S. Krishnan, Honorable Secretary, to kindly empower us with your words.
Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and Representative of the UNESCO Regional Office here in South Asia. Mr. Samiran Gupta, Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director for the APAC region in ICANN. Dr. Devesh Tyagi, the CEO of NIXI. My colleague in MeitY, Mr. Santosh, who looks after internet governance. Ladies and gentlemen. To be honest, I don't know how much I can empower you through just my words, but I think in a number of ways, what we are observing today as the National Universal Acceptance Day can be truly empowering. Sometimes the steps needed to do this seem to be very simple and seem to be very small, but they end up being the most critical blocks in the path for actual access for everybody to something which we take for granted as technology to which we have access to, both in terms of our ability to speak languages, in terms of which part of the country we come from, whether it is urban-based. It depends on age, it depends on a number of factors, education. So the exclusionary factors can be quite a few. And fundamentally, we need to work towards greater inclusion, something which in the initial stages of popularizing the internet was less of a concern. But now that it has become so popular, it is significantly more of a concern. And it is a concern for the precise reasons which is outlined in the video. Of course, one element of that are the real positive developments which can reach people much more easily, where increasingly digital first or digital only are becoming modes in which government outreach happens. And when you have more of digital first and digital only, then ensuring that languages don't become a barrier, particularly in a multilingual country like India, for people to reach that and technology doesn't become a barrier. We need to simplify this as much as possible. As programmers, as people who inhabit the digital world, many of us marvel at the fact that increasingly a lot of things are no code or low code. We're making life easy for ourselves. But what about making life easy for people who find that first step most difficult to take? I think the mountain that they have to climb is significantly larger than the mountain that the digitally empowered or digitally knowledgeable people have to climb. And I think that is a critical step, and that is the importance of the event today, and that is the importance of this particular effort. I think it is a hugely inclusionary effort, and it is very significant in terms of what the policy objectives of the government of India are and what the policy objectives of MeitY itself are, that we need to be much more inclusionary in the way that we operate and democratize technology, enable access to technology for a lot more people. And increasingly, as more of it is digital driven and technology driven, we have to ensure that people don't get excluded by any kind of means. And this is something which becomes extremely critical in this fashion. And that is, I think, the way that, this whole movement towards universal acceptance. We had the first Global Universal Acceptance Day, which we celebrated in 2023. We move forward, and we are doing this in terms of internationalized domain names, which was illustrated in that video, something that we are pushing hard towards. And we have launched through NIXI, and NIXI has been making this effort on a consistent basis to make that happen. Likewise, our own initiative in the ministry of through Bhashini, which is a way by which, interchangeably across multiple languages, we are able to communicate with each other. These measures are, the Bhashini engines are being applied to a number of applications of government entities and, in certain cases, even private entities, to enable seamless translation from one language to another and enable people to access services in the language of their choice and language of their preference. So I think that's become a very critical element. The inclusion part of it. And it's not just a matter of pride. It is, I think that's where we make the mistake. The inclusion is critical in terms of actually ensuring benefits that we see on an everyday basis are available to a much larger cross-section of people. People who don't necessarily speak comfortably in English, who don't understand English, who would want to look at other ways in which they can access it. And more important than that, one, of course, is the ease of access. The other part of it is, as you have more and more cybercrime and as you have more and more digital crime, it also makes them significantly safer. And I think that is something that we owe as a duty, to make the internet significantly safer for a wider cross-section of people. Because ultimately, please do remember that a lot of cybercrime, in its elemental way, is nothing but a con game, is nothing but a confidence trick. It's basically based on information asymmetry. Somebody is exploiting the fact that, you're just making somebody believe something is true, which is not true. And you have to bridge that information asymmetry. And the only way you can bridge that kind of information asymmetry is by making sure it's in a language that they clearly understand. All of us, if you're just, practically all of us, the terms and conditions of any website, you don't even read the fine print, right? And if you actually try to read it, it is written in such legalese that half the time you don't even understand what the implications of the legalese are, even when you understand the language. And so imagine the plight of people who do not understand it. So I think, and you expect them to use it because you're trying to do a lot more things digital first, because the cost of delivery is significantly lower and the reach is significantly greater. You have to give them confidence that the material they're being presented with, you have to give them confidence that what they are seeing is something that they can actually comprehend and understand and deal with it in an effective way. That is truly empowering, and that, I think, is what UA is significantly managing to achieve. And in the ministry itself, we are trying to work more and more on issues relating to internet governance, issues where, internet governance is becoming more important simply because this is a country where nearly 1 billion people access the internet and gain from it. And our internet is a really open internet. It comes in from all parts of the world. It comes in from everywhere. So in that sense, we are open to global influence. We are open to what comes in from every part of the world. But at the same time, we need to preserve our own identity, ensure that local culture, local languages don't get swamped, and ensure that we have a way in which people of the country who speak or who read in languages other than English are able to easily access. Of course, right now we have a way in which most of it is by text, and text itself, when it is in the local language and local script, is empowering. But eventually, you have to look at a scenario where it is also by voice, because that is something that people will find significantly easier to work with, and we need to move generally in that direction. And this is a context in which we also believe that we should be able to better influence internet governance in the world, India as a country. See, we are committed as the government of India, we are committed to a multi-stakeholder approach to the way that the internet is governed. We've had our discussions with the United Nations organizations on this, and the commitment is that we continue to engage with all stakeholders in this system. Of course, apart from countries themselves, you're looking at expert groups, you're looking at civil society groups, you're looking at a range of other internet activists and others with whom we engage to ensure this happens. But at the same time, it's important to recognize that a very amorphous and open structure of the internet, which is what we saw all these years, simply because that's the way that it really spreads and people accept it quickly. You needed that flexibility. But today it has become an essential part of infrastructure in a range of operations which go beyond what was initially the effort of just communicating with each other. There are so many things. There are legally binding contracts you can write using digital sources. There are financial transactions you can execute using these digital resources. And there are a range of other implications in using this resource, which means that better governance in terms of identifying whom you're dealing with, the know your customer norms, etc., become important. So these are aspects which we continue to raise as part of our concerns relating to internet governance. We also believe that while it is multi-stakeholder, it also needs to address the needs of the largest number of users. I mean, ultimately, it needs to be democratic in that sense. And a country like India with about 1 billion users needs to be more involved in this process. And the ministry is engaged to ensure that while preserving the multi-stakeholder spirit, we encourage a range of stakeholders from India, from the country, to be engaged in the process of internet governance through a variety of mechanisms where we reach out, create better capacity, enable people to attend many of these meetings, enable people to attend many of these gatherings to ensure that there's a strong voice for India in these fora, not necessarily only a government voice, but voice from a range of stakeholders from the country is heard in all of these relevant international fora, and we are able to make our concerns clear, because ultimately it's also about resilience. As I said, it is an essential infrastructure for what needs to happen in the country. It's an essential part of the way that the country itself communicates within the country. Various transactions get made, and we have to have a foolproof way of ensuring that within the country also communications can continue in a situation where, for reasons beyond our control, if subsea connectivity is cut off or something else happens, at least within the country, we should be able to communicate. And I think that becomes a critical element of internet resilience in the country. And that, again, is a crucial priority of this government. And that is something that we will continue to address and continue to look for mechanisms of ensuring that we have the relevant infrastructure within the country to make sure that we are able to address the resilience issues. Likewise, in terms of ensuring that there is adequate data storage facility in the country to make sure whatever data is absolutely required for crucial sectors to operate can get stored within the country. For a moment, don't interpret it as I'm saying that there won't be free flow of data. We have nothing against free flow of data, but the point is that we need to have enough capacity to store within India as well to support this. And today's reality globally in the context of artificial intelligence and in the context of all of that growing means that the overall capacity, compute capacity, which is needed both for data storage and for actually running computations on this data in an AI scenario is significantly greater. And the data capacity, storage capacity in a country like India really needs to grow. And not only for India's own sake, but as we committed to the United Nations on an earlier occasion, even for services that India can offer to the rest of the world. So whether it is in terms of data storage, whether it is in terms of compute capacities for AI across the world. So we have an open mindset in this regard, but we need to have adequate infrastructure to support it, both for our own needs and to support needs in other parts of the world where it may not be available. So in that sense, I think today's event is an important event which reminds us of what the enormity of the task that lies before us, the agenda that needs to be pursued relentlessly to make sure that the internet is democratized, is used in a way that it benefits all the people, everybody across the globe, including in India. And India, in that sense, ends up being a real test case. I mean, it's so multilingual that even many continents aren't as multilingual as India is. And what we are able to succeed in demonstrating here is something which would be useful for countries across the world. And in that sense, our collaboration with UN organizations, including UNESCO, has been fairly substantial. We've been active in internet governance across the world. And in all of these areas, we will continue to engage, be active, and make sure that both by example and by infrastructure, we are a force for good in this particular space across the globe. Thank you very much for joining this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your thought-provoking words, and we believe that we could see a road ahead. Now, I would like to welcome for another motivational address, and I would like to welcome Mr. Samiran Gupta, VP, Stakeholder Engagement and MD. He is Asia Pacific. Sir, for your kind words, please.
Thank you very much. And firstly, thank you to Honorable Secretary Krishnan for his inspiring words. I'm actually confused whether I should pick it up from where he's left off or should I just stay with my script. So it's going to be more of my script, but he's left me so many hooks to kind of refer to. So I'm very grateful for those. But it also reflects how the country is thinking. Thank you, Devasji, for inviting us here and organizing this event. I can see such a large gathering. We're very happy that you have so many people in here. Mr. Curtis, good to make your acquaintance, and also the fact that we are partnering each other across the world on this very important issue. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, I wanted to just start by saying that, when the internet was designed, it was designed by men and women who were speaking mostly a small gathering of languages. And those languages, one of the first standards they created was known as the American Standard Code for Information Exchange. And it's better known as ASCII. Now, that was just the reality. Here were a group of people who were developing the basis on which the internet would work, which would be an IP address. And since you would not be able to remember an IP address, you needed a domain name to attach to an IP address. And guess what? Everybody understood the English language, and therefore, now that was 25, 30 years ago. There are many other languages in this world, and many of which are spoken in this country amongst the top 10 of the United Nations list of languages spoken. And the challenge is that not everybody is comfortable using English. That is the challenge. We've grown up in a society which has been very multilingual. Many of us in the room can read, write, and speak at least 2, if not 3 languages. Some, I'm looking at Balinduji, and he probably speaks many more. My point simply being that because, again, as Secretary Sir said, we are speaking from a position of privilege because we can use the internet and we are so comfortable in English. But from my own personal experience, I can tell you during the COVID-19 pandemic, where I was volunteering a little time to just help people access resources that the government had set up. And the biggest challenge was, how do I get it in my own language, or is it available in my own script? And these were the actual beneficiaries for whom all those benefits had been created. That's a whole different story, but I'm here to talk about universal acceptance and the importance of UA. Devisji has already told us, what the government of India is doing. Mr. Krishnan put it in a much broader context of why it is important. And in this space at ICANN, we've been working on it from about 2009, actually even earlier, but from 2009, we started creating or helping in the creation of top-level domains which were internationalized, so IDNs. And 2014, NIXI got its .Bharat. Subsequently, we worked with NIXI and also community members in the South Asia, Asia Pacific region to make sure that the 9 top scripts that are used in India, which translate into the 22 national language that those scripts are written in, their label generation rules were ratified by the people, by experts from this country and neighboring nations. As a result of which, all of these scripts are now available in the root zone of the internet. Why is this important? This is important because the root zone of the internet is not some place that anyone, literally, I'm making a very simple analogy, but it's not anyone can just show up there and say that, I want to live here. No, you can't, because it impacts the security and stability of the entire root, internet that is served from the root zone. So those scripts are available on the root zone, in the root zone of the internet. NIXI has top-level domains in 15 scripts, which are available using those, the standards that have been created. However, the challenge is that, universal acceptance has it's almost like a timeline. It's a continuum where there are many points that UA impacts how there are many points where UA impacts how all of us use a computer on a day-to-day basis. Some of them could be with your email provider. Some of them could be with your ISP. And So it is not, and at a recent ICANN meeting, Meta, who was in the room and made a presentation, shared with us just to make one element of WhatsApp UA ready requires 34 teams to work on it. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not easy, but it's doable. It is complex, but again, there are ways to get it done. So we cannot take the approach that, oh, we've done well without it for all this time. Why do we need to do it now? That would be a very defeatist approach, and I don't believe, of course, the government of India is taking that view, but nor should the the community, the businesses that run their goods and services, offer their goods and services in this country. So I think making the internet accessible for all would be the best for everyone in the country as diverse as India. And the last bit I would like to say is that across the globe, a lot of people in internet governance look to India to see what is it that India is doing to make the internet more accessible. And India's DPI is now fairly legendary. People know about it. They still can't figure out how it works because just the massive scale. And if we can bring the same kind of rigor to bringing all our different languages online, that would be a game changer. With that, I thank everyone who's in the room today and wishing everyone a very successful Universal Acceptance Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samiran Gupta. Thank you for your deep insight, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and Representative, UNESCO Regional Office for South Asia, for your kind words, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO of the National Internet Exchange of India, and Sri Samiran Gupta, Vice President of ICANN for the Asia Pacific, and Sri T. Santosh, a scientist with METI. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here with you today and an honor to address you on the 2025 National Universal Acceptance Day. Of course, I think as speeches come later in the line, many things you were planning to say have already been said. So I will try not to repeat things that have been said, but maybe speak a little bit from the perspective of UNESCO and why this is so important to us all. In a world where millions of people still don't have access to information online, simply because their language is not recognized by digital system, it is crucial to take this gap to bridge this gap, and to ensure that we have an accessible and truly multilingual internet. Universal acceptance seeks to ensure that all valid names, domain names, email addresses, irrespective of script, language, or length, are accepted, validated, stored, processed, and displayed correctly by all internet-enabled applications, devices, and systems. But as we heard, in implementing this universal acceptance does require concerted efforts to update existing systems, ensuring recognition, and to support the really wide diversity of scripts spoken and written worldwide. And this endeavor enhances, of course, internet accessibility and usability, and therefore also, I would argue, enhances overall well-being of the population at large. In October 2003, when UNESCO adopted the recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace, it was estimated that approximately 10.5% of the world's population, meaning 608 million individuals at the time, were internet users. By the end of 2022, so 2 decades later, the number had been estimated to have surged to 5.3 billion users worldwide, representing 66% of the global population. So that is a huge growth. But yet, despite this exponential growth, linguistic diversity online remains quite limited. As of January 2025, English language dominates the web, constituting an estimated 49.3% of content of the web. So almost half of the web's content is one language. And we estimate about 4,000 to 5,000 languages still being spoken in the world today. The next prevalent languages are Spanish, German, Japanese, and French. And collectively, these languages with English account for about 70% of online content. So that is a handful of languages are now accounting for about 70% of online content. We heard numbers in India. The ITU, International Telecommunication Union, in 2022 reported that approximately 55.9% of India's population, 760 million people, use the internet. But the numbers I heard this morning seemed that in the last 3 years that has grown still more. And what I heard is we're getting to around 1 billion, making it the largest or second largest online market globally. And yet we know that there are still barriers. Even as there's progress, there's still barriers in India. The 2011 census of India recognized 1,369 mother tongues spoken in the country. So there is still a lot to go. And the ability to access digital platforms in one's native language is really essential for full participation today in society, as we heard from the Secretary of METI. India, I think, as was said, if we think globally, what happens in India is of importance and impact globally. If India gets it right, this will have reverberations around the world. And I think this is what was said by the Secretary and the former speakers. And this is really important because India has such a large population, almost a quarter of the world's population, and almost a quarter of the world's languages spoken here. So what happened here matters not only in India, but does matter globally. And India is making concerted efforts for multilingualism. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes the importance of mother tongue and regional language education. We know in education, if children learn in the first years of their mother tongue, their education is better. And then that's well established. So having a foreign language in the first years of education is counterproductive for learning. There are initiatives like language-based tourism, literature festivals, linguistic research, showcasing the diversity of India's linguistic diversity on the global stage. And recently, AI-powered translation tools, voice recognition softwares in local languages and digital platforms are starting to enable regional content creation. But the convergence of artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things is profoundly changing the way industries, businesses, and economies operate. Everyday technologies like voice recognition, facial recognition, virtual assistants, translation tools are becoming more common in our lives. And while at some ways these innovations can help us to communicate better and make better interactions across languages, if they are not inclusive, they will only add to the further marginalization of significant segments of society with repercussions that will go well beyond just the digital world. So this work is critically important. And since 2023, ICANN and UNESCO have been cooperating to raise awareness about the significance of universal acceptance. And these efforts have included training programs, expert consultations, and capacity building initiatives across all member states. Events such as the World Summit on Information Society recently highlighted the importance of internationalized domain names for indigenous languages, for example, to prevent their digital exclusion. So as our world becomes more connected, it is really important that we unite our efforts across countries and across cultures to counteract the trends toward homogenization, and which, as we heard, can leave many in a marginalized state. And not only that, we all lose the richness. We lose the richness of the tapestry of global languages and cultures around the world. We lose in the same way when we lose biodiversity, when we lose linguistic diversity. We lose not only worlds, but whole histories, whole ways of seeing the world, whole concepts that may be unique to specific languages. So universal acceptance is not just a technical requirement, although it does require a lot of technicalities. It is really a profound commitment to a culturally inclusive world. An inclusive internet, in that sense, is not just a privilege, it really is a necessity. And without universal acceptance, we do risk excluding large segments of humanity. So with this, on behalf of UNESCO, of course, we urge everyone, all stakeholders, government agencies, technology leaders, educators, digital content creators, to work together to ensure universal acceptance becomes a reality. By integrating all languages into the digital ecosystem, we are empowering millions to participate in the digital economy and the full economy, to access all sorts of educational resources, and to preserve their cultural heritage in this digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for your words of inspiration. And now I would like to request Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO NIXI, to kindly present mementos to our dignitaries. So I request once again to Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO NIXI, to kindly present mementos to our guests, the dignitaries. First of all, I would request you to present the memento to Mr. Tim Curtis. Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and Representative, UNESCO Regional Office for South Asia. I would like to request Dr. Devesh Tyagi to present memento to Mr. Samiran Gupta, VP, Stakeholder Engagement and MD, Asia Pacific, as well as kindly present memento to Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you so much. And now I would like to request Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to kindly present vote of thanks.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guest, panelists, media, and the participants over here. So as we are concluding this inspiring inaugural session of the Universal Acceptance Day 2025, under the theme called Connecting the Unconnected, Building a Multilingual Internet for Viksit Bharat, I'm very privileged to deliver the vote of thanks. Now, this event has reaffirmed what we have highlighted. As mentioned by Curtis, universal acceptance is not just a technical milestone. It is a digital necessity for equity, inclusion, and empowerment in today's multilingual, multicultural world. Now, I express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Secretary Mr. S. Krishnan for his visionary keynote, which reminded us that internet should be democratized with linguistic inclusion. His insight sets the tone for the day, placing our mission with the larger vision of open internet, preserve India's own identity. Also, he emphasized the necessity of internet resilience and also India influencing the internet governance realm. We are also privileged to hear from Mr. Tim Curtis, Director, Representative of UNESCO for South Asia, whose reflection added a much needed global perspective. His emphasis on access, equity, and the cultural dimensions of the internet reminded us that language online is a human right, not a luxury. I express a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO of NIXI, and also Mr. Samiran Gupta of ICANN, whose enduring leadership continues to advance India's role as a global pioneer in universal acceptance. Their commitment to an internet for all language strengthens our collective journey. Now, to all attendees, whether joining in this hall as well as I believe if you are joining online, your presence turned this event into a shared commitment, a commitment to make the internet accessible, local, and meaningful for every Indian in every script and language they call their own. In doing so, we take a step closer to the global goal of one world, one internet, an internet that is not only connected, but also universally accepted in its true sense. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words. And as we are winding up this session, we are going to meet again after 15-20 minutes, and we would be carrying forward with the panel discussions. And we would like to request you all to join us at the tea center, at the tea place. And we are, of course, going to exchange words that will, of course, will empower us. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you to our dignitaries. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on the Universal Acceptance Day. Thank you.
Then go well. The rest today will be. Yeah. So I just.
यहाँ पे प्लीज क्लासेस वगैरह
I just got the message.
दूसरा लोग नहीं कहाँ मतलब देखना चाहते हैं एक दो Thank you. Bye.
एक्चुअली हमारे फ्रेंड्स हैं वहाँ पे असली शर्मा वो उनके दोस्त
अच्छा आकाशवाणी में इसको कौन सा पार्ट है
तो अपने एक्सप्लोरिंग की तरह आपका नाम कितने का
Fine. So I'll be.
बेटा आप ठीक है 2 मिनट दोनों प्लीज एक वो सेक्रेटरी सर का जाना है वहाँ पे आप फोड़ लीजिएगा
ठीक है
मसाले लेके निकल से जाएंगे तो
ठीक है अभी खोल लेना
ओके भारत
ठीक है
और ये वाला संतोष जी का रखा हुआ है
ये वाला किशन को देखा ठीक है ये वाला भी होगा हाँ प्रॉब्लम कितनी प्यार से है कस्टमर
नहीं संतोष जी का आइए समय गुप्ता जी
समय मुक्ता जी ओके
संतोष जी को दे
और कहाँ पर है इसके दोनों बॉक्सेस के अंदर make the announcement. Should I make the announcement?
Yeah, just make the announcement. Start. Running almost 1 minute.
Exactly. Hello, everyone. Everyone is requested to kindly come inside so that we may proceed further. Everyone is requested to kindly come inside and kindly be seated so that we can have our 2 panel discussions which are lined up for you. If you can hear me, everyone, you are kindly requested to come inside. We are going to have thought-provoking session. We are going to have 2 panel discussions. And of course, through these discussions, we are going to find the road ahead. I think so. In the second. Hello, everyone. Welcome once again. And as we have already mentioned you that we are going to have panel discussions, and these discussions would be definitely on Universal Acceptance Day. And this is the 3rd year in a row we are celebrating Universal Acceptance Day. This is panel discussion number 1. We are going to discuss on challenges in native language adoption. Friends, for this discussion, we have with us the panelists, Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO Bhashini, and I would request you please give a huge round of applause. Shri Balendu Sharma Dadich, Developer Marketing Head, Microsoft. Shri Jacko Du Toit, Chief of Section, Universal Access to Information and Digital Inclusion, UNESCO Headquarters. He would be joining us online. And the moderator of this panel discussion is Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F. NITI. So once again, I would like to gear you up. Let's instill some energies. Please give a round of applause to our panelists, the moderator. Thank you so much. Over to you, Shri T. Santosh, Scientist F. METI.
Thank you, Geetika. So, yeah, once again, good afternoon. So it is 12 o'clock right now, so we are behind the schedule. So to start with this session on the challenges in native language adoption, in the inaugural sessions, Honorable Secretary has already mentioned that universal acceptance is the foundation of the truly inclusive and multilingual internet. And now as India's digital footprint continues to expand, it is imperative that domain names, email address, and all the digital services should smoothly diverse in various scripts and languages. Now, the various technical gaps, which is basically the lack of widespread of universal acceptance complaints and the limited awareness always remain barriers that prevents many internet users from fully benefiting from the digital revolution. So our discussion today will highlight the need for collaborative efforts between policymakers, technology providers, businesses, and linguistic communities to accelerate the native language adoption. So without any further ado, let us start. So I believe Mr. Amitabh Nag, who is the CEO of Bhashani, he has to attend a meeting. So straight away, I'm asking a question directly to you. So as everybody in the hall knows that the Bhashani plays a central role in India's language technology ecosystem, what are the major challenges you see in deploying the native language tools at the larger scale across our nation? Over to you.
Yes, so if you actually look at it, it is, when we are trying to deploy language tools across the country, it's about two or three major things. One is the tools itself, because we have to develop the tools which are matured enough to actually cater to the linguistic diversity of the country. Now, in that, we have come a long way, of course, because that's how Bhashani is servicing and is known, and it has been part of digital inclusion. But yes, when we are trying using technology like training AI models, building a robust public infrastructure, we of course face the challenge of digital data for the languages which are being spoken or written in the country, because as you heard in the morning, 70% of the internet is grabbed by very few languages. So that is one. So we need to basically build those tools robust enough to be used by people to take it up. And that is a good amount of work which has been done in that direction. So that is there. The second is, of course, language has been a latent need of most of the people in the country, because everybody actually starts, he wants to use the mother tongue to, do most of the activities which is required. So there is a pull from people, but of course we need to build the digital highways, digital infrastructure, which is also internet, intranet, etc., etc. And those availability, as it grows, the language deployment of language tools will also increase. So that is the second factor which is there. The third factor is that our systems have been built with an assumption that we will forever work on English as the medium of digital systems, which has to change. So, there are inherent system biases which are put up for English, and we need to actually, when we are deploying systems and applications, we need to think of a persona who does not know English or does not know, knows only the mother tongue, and then starts interacting with the system. And it's because the systems are built by people who know English, and that is the way they are. The system has got inherent nuances which are not catering to that, leading to user experience gaps. So that is the third problem which is there. And hence the persona, user journey, and the use case becomes more important when you are looking at the deployment perspective of language tools.
Thank you, Amitabh ji. So, Mr. Jacob, who is the Chief Universal Access to Information and Digital Inclusion, who has been joining from the UNESCO headquarters. Thank you once again for joining online. Now, the question to you is from UNESCO perspective, what are the key challenges in promoting native languages online, particularly the linguistic diverse countries like India? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity and congratulations to the organizers. I think when we look at the question on digital content online, it's a whole ecosystem that one needs to address. And I think this system-wide approach is very much important in order to address the key challenges related to putting languages online. A few elements that I would like to highlight. Policies have to be in place, and those policies are not always in place, from the recognition of languages more generally, but also to integration of very specific elements related to language in e-governance policies, in educational policies, in ICT master plans, etc. But in order for that to be in place, we need data on the use of languages, data on the use of languages online, how many people are speaking these languages. So I think that's another big concern is how do we collect data about the usage of languages so that it can inform policies. It's also important then, of course, to have content online. This content needs to be diverse, needs to be reflected within the sciences, within the education sector, within the health sector, and many other fields. So I think to have this content not just as stories, but useful content within the daily lives for it to be displayed, to be visible, is another element to take into account. Of course, within the online scope itself, the question of script and thus universal acceptance is very important. The importance of input devices, simple things as keyboards and others, and of course the importance of the development of these new applications, AI-driven applications today need also data in several languages, and this is very important. And then lastly, I'll maybe mention also the theme of this panel, where it's important that we involve multiple stakeholders, because the question of languages in the cyberspace is not just the question of the tech community. It's not just a question of governments or the communities itself. It's a large variety of stakeholders that one needs to engage in order to address the challenges related to languages online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaco. And as he has mentioned about the multi-stakeholder, which includes the technical community. So we have Mr. Balendu Sharma from Microsoft. So we would like to know what are the Microsoft's main technical and product challenges in supporting Indian languages across various platforms like Windows, Office, and Azure. Over to you.
Thank you, Santosh ji. So first of all, I would say that I totally agree with Mr. Jaco's observation that this is something which has to be solved by bringing together multiple stakeholders. And the stakeholders are not just from the policy level, not just from the government, but also the industry bodies, the civil society, the industry itself, the developer community, the user community. So, so many stakeholders are involved in this entire process. If you want to create content, if you want to enable creation of content in Indian languages. This reminds me of one line from Farid in Punjab. So the line is that Ut Farida Sutiya to Dunya Vekhan Ja. And the meaning is that why are you sleeping, Farida? Go and explore the world. But how will Farida, if he comes from a local language background, will explore the world? Because nowadays, exploring the world is not physical, but mostly it is digital. If the content is not in local languages, the language of Farida or anyone else, it will be a big hurdle towards inclusion, towards empowerment, and towards whatever internet stands for. As far as the challenges are concerned, I would say that after the arrival of Unicode, lots of challenges have been handled together by these stakeholders. And Unicode arrived in 1991 in Indian languages, and after that, in year 2000, Microsoft adopted Unicode in Windows. And after that, I would say that there has been a journey of enablement, and we have been working with different stakeholders to make sure that our platforms support, the creation of content as well as enabling developers to create applications that also enable creation of content. So Unicode has enabled a large amount of development in this space, but there are certain challenges. For example, I would say that digital divide is still part of our country. And digital divide, not just from devices perspective, not just from equipment perspective, but also from the perspective of skilling, also from the perspective of awareness. Because as Mr. Nag has already mentioned, that we have to do a lot of work, still a lot of work is there to be done, but some work has already been done also, and people don't know much about that. Also, even if they know that this has been done, they are not skilled to take advantage of that. So I would say that this is one challenge that we face. Number two, I would say that standards are there. So many standards have been created in the language space, including Unicode, including InScript, and many other standards in the government of India, in which the government of India has also played a very important role. But implementation of those standards as well as adoption of those standards at different levels, that involves a lot of work, and I see some gaps over there. For example, even in today's age, when Unicode should have been something which is by default part of everything, every platform, I see that in many areas of our work, like in publishing industry and many other industries, people have still not adopted Unicode even today, after its arrival, after 35 years of its arrival. And because of that, they are not able to create content that can be searched by search engines, that can be indexed, that can be converted into different forms. For example, content which is created using non-Unicode fonts and standards. We cannot use audio with that content. We cannot use, for example, computer vision with that content. We cannot translate that content as easily as we would be able to translate the Unicode content. So second challenge that I feel is that adoption of standards across the ecosystem, that is a big problem. Apart from that, I would say that no demand of already created technology. That is also one reason. How many people use the technology? That is a question that we generally face. Unless people use it, new innovation and arrival of new technology will be hindered. And from that perspective, I see that there is a great role for the government also, and the other bodies like, NIXI and ICANN, etc., as to how can we all come together to enable demand for the technology which has already been created, and also adoption of this technology. So I would say three things I see as challenges.
Thank you, Balendiji. Now, I think Amitabh ji want to leave, but before you leave, I want to ask one thing. As mentioned by both the speakers, there is an involvement of various communities. So how Bhashni is collaborating with the various state government and different other user community, including the private players, to ensure the inclusive access through the native language.
Yeah, so, it's important that we, get the stakeholders involved in it and then develop the digital tools which are actually required for language translation and inclusivity. And one of the important aspect, of course, in that is to use voice as a medium, as Secretary Mehti talked about in the morning, because that becomes more inclusive. Those who are living on the other side of digital divide, besides language divide, as well as literacy divide, can use voice as the medium to be interacting with the digital system and ensuring that the digital system responds to them. So in that connection, and voice has multifaceted thing, because the literary language differs from what we spoken language. That's one. And there are dialects which actually change at every 50 kilometers in the country, and the same language has multiple dialects. So what we are trying to do is to see that we actually enable these technologies to be put in use. So when the technology is put in use, we come across the diverse situations which actually are the edge situations where the language technology should perform. The second important aspect which we are looking at is that we, collaborate with the states to see that this particular technology or the improvement in the model is a constant activity rather than a developed product and its usage. So that is the second part which is there. The third is to ensure that there are more applications around these language technologies so that they can be stretched to actually make the things work. And the fourth part is to ensure that these technologies are being, utilized at the tier 2, tier 3 cities and villages. So in all of that, what we are trying to do is to collaborate in the four areas. One area is, of course, collaboration with states, where again we are applying these four principles: use it and give feedback. Help us with your proximity to the people who are speaking and writing those languages to improve or create new model tools. Third is about create applications so that we are in a position to, proliferate these tools and get people more inclusive and ensure that it is available and people know about it. So states, we have a program called Bhashani Rajyam on which we apply these four pillars. Same is the case with the central government line ministries, and central government line ministries are actually looking at service delivery and governance. So we are calling it Seva and Sanchalan. And the idea of, again, it is against the four pillars. And here the focus is on the domain. So agriculture ministry will have its own domain knowledge with respect to the various things which they have. So that is with the line ministries. And then we are trying to collaborate with the industry, get the industry, domain names in, and of course to startups so that they can build the application. So all four areas of all four vertical pillars of the society is being collaborated, besides of course the NGOs, publishers and others who will virtually fall in these four categories. And all of them are in the four horizontal things: that use it, give a feedback, improve the language model, create domain and glossary, create applications, and make it proliferate across to the various places. And we have been quite, successful in getting those things. We have currently signed up with 8 state governments as MOUs, and other 15 are in progress. And I think we should be able to sign up with all state governments. Among the 50 plus line ministries which we have, we are already in discussion with almost all of them. We would be perhaps leaving out one of them. And among the private industries, we are actually collaborating to ensure that we give them the competitive edge, and that's a slightly difficult collaboration because of the proprietariness which the private industry wants, but we will be in a position to do it. We almost have about 100 startups who are engaged with us. Some of them will be visible in Startup Mahakumbh, which is starting on 3rd of April. So overall, a good ecosystem to ensure that we are on the track to create the diverse language, include the diversity which the language tools wants or should have for both spoken and written languages. And then we will be proliferating or expanding the horizons to other things. So that's about what we have been doing. And any collaboration, any use cases, any proof of concepts, we are most welcome. In fact, we are hungry for use cases, and those collaborations which actually will help to take this. And that obviously starts from using what we have already done. So that is the first step to, take this thing forward and then take it to the next step. Thank you, Santosh, and I think I need to leave.
Okay, thank you. So as we have discussed that the content in the native language is the first challenge to come up with an universal acceptance. Now, due to this, I would go to Mr. Jacko. I would like to know that how can global frameworks and standards on multilingualism help accelerate national level efforts for native language adoption in the digital space? Over to you, Mr. Jacko.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. There are a number of frameworks that can be used in order to advance a more multilingual and content diverse environment. And the reason why this is important because standards, ISO standards and others that have been mentioned are important in order that these languages can claim the space so that we could have grammar, so that we could have display standards, so that we could have these languages present in our cyberspace. So if I would like to maybe mention two examples of frameworks. The one was already mentioned by the director of the UNESCO office in New Delhi, the 2003 recommendation on the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace. As it's quite an old recommendation of 2003, I think the word cyberspace sounds a little bit strange to us today, but it's still a valid recommendation that provides for member states to report every 8 years on what they have done in terms of the implementation of this recommendation. And this is in terms of content and systems, of networks and services that are being developed, the importance of open content also be put in place, and of course also finding a balance between rights holders and intellectual property rights so that we could nurture startups and small businesses, but also protect communities and the protocols that are put in place in order for languages to be used also in the cyberspace. So by advocating for very specific activities where member states then report back to UNESCO, there's an obligation then to look at these elements, but also it enables us to identify good practices. And maybe later I can mention a few good practices in standardization, in content, and other elements. The second example of a framework that I would like to mention is the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. This decade is from 2022 to 2032. And the reason why I think it's an important example is it's a 10-year period to make a change vis-a-vis indigenous languages in a set country or countries or a region. So this gives us a little bit of a longer time frame in order to address the challenges related to a language, and specifically languages online. As you all know, these processes take time. And secondly, in order to address these challenges, we cannot just have haphazard short activities, but it should be inscribed within a longer plan, a 10-year plan in this case, that will make a change and that one could see impact. So UNESCO is encouraging member states to that have indigenous communities to develop national action plans for these 10 years. So it is a coherent, holistic approach in order to make sure that languages, the situation of languages is improving. By example, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Honduras, Mexico, and others, Bangladesh, Philippines, and others are working on these action plans to have these, to put these standards and elements in place. Now, within this action plan, there's a specific element also that relates to digital empowerment, and this goes from capacity building initiatives, the development of competencies also in order to take care of the different elements, the technicalities, but also the softer skills that are involved in the system, and then also to make sure that partnerships are put in place. Public-private partnerships involving communities, civil society, academia, and others. All of these are elements that make sure that the frameworks contribute to standard setting and also the implementation of these standards. And of course, the monitoring elements that accompany both this recommendation, but also the decade are important so that we could see if we are making progress and more languages are online. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaco. So again, I mean, while discussing, we come to know that the implementation of the various framework is to be done. And there are 10 years plan by which each of the member states has to implement those framework as well as the standard implementation, so that the language uptake are being done. Now, as we are running short of time, I would like to take questions from the participants over here. Any questions? Kindly be free and ask any questions to any of the panelists over here. Yeah. Kindly introduce yourself. Yeah.
The global cybersecurity strategy. My question is, many Indian languages lack of formal script, yet their inclusion is important in this ecosystem. Okay. I'll repeat the question. So many indigenous languages lack a formal script, yet their inclusion in the digital ecosystem is crucial. What frameworks or technological interventions are being explored globally to ensure their integration, especially considering security concerns such as phishing attacks using non-standard characters? Additionally, what role can cybersecurity startups play in supporting this inclusion? If any one of the panel member can take this question, please.
Balantaji, would you like to?
Yeah, so very valid question. In fact, in India itself, there are many languages which don't have their own scripts. And it is imperative for all of us to make sure that they are also included in this inclusion of internet as well as other technology, digital technologies. So there are efforts which are happening. For example, what is being done is that, number one, certain languages which did not have scripts, people are working on creating scripts for them. For example, Gondi, etc., Gondi, Mundari, these scripts, and then Idumishmi in Arunachal Pradesh, etc. So number one is that there are efforts to either possibly work on creation of scripts. For example, many of these languages had some kind of writing mechanism earlier, some, in history. So can we revive those kind of systems? Number one. Number two, if it is not possible, can we use some other script for that language? Is it possible? It could be maybe Roman script or Devanagari script or Tamil or any other script. So that is another aspect of it. Third is, efforts are also being made to preserve the spoken word in those languages, because that is also extremely valuable, and there is a fear that we might lose this spoken word, all the ancient wisdom, the stored wisdom, which is transferred from one generation to another in spoken form only and not documented properly. So by using artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies, these efforts are also being done to preserve the heritage of those languages in that way. So these efforts are there, but yes, across the world, I see that there is a great need to make sure that these languages are also included in technology ecosystem.
So considering the role of startups in bridging this digital gap, are there any dedicated funding programs or grants or regulatory incentives specifically for cybersecurity firms working on AI-driven language inclusion? If not, what steps can be taken to create such incentives?
So my colleague from UNESCO.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I'm not aware of any incentives in this regard. And then your question is, well, I'm not aware of these, even though big and small companies are currently working on different data sets in lower resource languages. And it becomes more and more attractive, actually, in order to work and deliver services also in using these languages. So I think there is a movement where big and smaller companies are actually working in this field, and I think that sometimes some of these initiatives, I think, for example, Meta's Leave No Language Behind initiative, include at least some capacity development elements, some work with communities and others in order for the data sets to be verified and then eventually to be used. So no formal schemes as far as I know, but I think it is taking place. So what can be done? And I think here we come to the question of policies, and this is why policies are so important, so that these incentives could be included in policies in order to encourage startups and others to work in this field. And if favorable situations are foreseen within these government policies, if it's state level or national level, these one could nurture this kind of partnerships. Thanks.
If I may add to that as well. So first of all, I would like to mention that couple of things the people from the startup community can explore. One is that India's AI, that program can be explored, because there is a AI course which is meant to create a database of in all the Indian languages, which can be leveraged by the startup ecosystem. Second is the Bhashini, the ecosystem that Mr. Nag was representing and he was talking about. So startups can also leverage the APIs which have been provided by Bhashini, and it is mostly in open source, so does not involve any cost as well. If you come to the private space, from Microsoft, we run a program to encourage the startups to work in local language space and other accessibility related areas. And we have grants for startups. So startups can also apply for those grants if they want to create local language technology. For example, from this particular background, some startups have also been connected, like Sarvam AI and then AI for Bharat, etc. These are some of the startups which are also working in language space, and we at Microsoft are also partnering with them. So opportunities are in both spaces, government as well as public and industry, as well as other spaces.
Yeah, so we have come to the closure of this session, and I'm very thankful to Mr. Jacob and also Mr. Baludiji and also Mr. Amitabh Nag from Bhashini. Thank you all.
To our panelists, Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO, Bhashini, Shri Balendu Sharma, Didhich, Shri Yako Dutroit, who joined us online, the moderator, Shri T. Santosh, scientist F. Meti, and now I would like to request Dr. Govind, the ex-CEO, NIXI, to present mementos. We would like to present mementos. And it was a great session indeed. We learned a lot. I would request Dr. Devesh Tyagi to kindly present mementos.
Thank you very much for participating.
Thanks to the panelists as well as the moderator for giving us this thought-provoking session. And now you are requested to kindly be seated. We are heading towards our another set of discussion. The panel discussion is on showing UA-compliant advantages for businesses. And for this discussion, I would like to welcome on the dais Shri Mahesh Kulkarni, founder, CTO, Everest System LP, ex-senior director, head corporate R&D and GIST, co-chair, Brahmi Generation Panel, ex-W3C India country manager. We would like to welcome on the dais Shri Sai Kiran Nanduri, Vice President, Reverie Language Technologies, Shri Ajay Data, CEO, Data Group, Shri Samirun Gupta, VP, Stakeholder Engagement and MD, Asia Pacific, ICANN, and would like to welcome Ms. Sarika Guliani, Senior Director and Head Technology Communication, Mobile Manufacturing and Language Technologies, FICCI. Ms. Sarika Guliani is the moderator of this session. So we would like to welcome you all on the dais for another panel discussion. And this discussion is on showing UA compliant advantages for businesses. You all are humbly requested to kindly be seated. Shri Mahesh Kulkarni, Shri Sai Kiran Nanduri, Shri Ajay Data, Shri Sameer Gupta. You all are requested to kindly be seated so that we could continue with our panel discussion. Please give a huge round of applause. You are humbly requested. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you. We are, of course, having Dr. Ajay Data also joining in, but in the interest of time, because we are running a little behind the schedule, I'll start the session. Otherwise, we lose out the content in terms of the panelists who have their other commitments. So I'm Sarika Guliani. I've already been done a modest introduction by the MC, so I'll not go into the details of the same. And we have a very good set of the panelists. So you all have been hearing about UA and multilingualism, I'm sure, since morning. So first of all, thank you, NIXI, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. And congratulations to all of us that this is the third edition of the Universal Acceptance Day, which we are celebrating, and we are proud to say about it. Yesterday, I was speaking on the subject where I was talking about multilingualism and how AI and emerging technologies are making a difference, and India AI mission and all those areas. Now, here comes the subject where yesterday's discussion remains incomplete if that is not being taken into. So today is a topic which touches each of us. We have been hearing about the Viksit Bharat, and for me, Viksit Bharat is just not development, it is just not transformation digitally, it is about connecting everybody, inclusion, understanding, where the My Bharat speaks every language, everyone is connected, and they are empowered. So that is what which happens through the concept of multilingualism, where the universal acceptance stands as a major pillar for the same.
We have been a country of masses. We know that. We stand with 1.4 billion population. In terms of technological landscape, we are growing like anything. We are talking about numbers. I'll be very quick on that. We have 900 million internet subscribers. We are hoping next one to come in, which is important for us to see that the next 600, 700 would be the language people who actually are still not connected because of linguistic barriers. So for them, the multilingualism and the UA would play a role. And only translation or availability of the content in the particular language will not make a difference. It has to be directions of which they can lead to, and that direction is being done by UA. So we have various figures. UASG is a group which is working under ICANN. You can visit the website UA. I would have loved to explain you a lot, but in the interest of time, I'm a little fast, and we all will be available to take up any questions also in case we are not able to cover everything for you in this short span of time. But UASG started working in 2015, and I'm sure Samiranji will talk more about it with his role in the ICANN. But the work has been done, and India has been making great strides in it. We have world's first the EAI being launched, and we have Dr. Data who will talk about it on the same. We have the people who have implemented UA. The recent readiness report also talks about the 84% of the registrars and the registries being UA compliant. But what needs to be done? The participation from all of us. Industries are still lagging. Companies are still lagging. That stands at 7%. When we talk about email address utilization, it's 25%. So the opportunity is galore. Now from this, I come out to the questions for the panelists who are actually joined us here. I'll start with you, Maheshi. Thank you for joining us here. You have been running a website and also been a partner, whether it's in your CDEC role as your Everest CTO, or also being a, I would say, very active community member of our Indian Alliance. You have implemented your own website, and many UA implementations have been done. Please share your journey, what you think have been the benefits and also the challenges which you have been able to overcome, because that is something which would give a right message for the people out here who have yet been talking, and we have been talking about UA, but we now need the practitioners, we need the adopters. So over to you, Maheshi.
Actually, yes, we have been working on the UA for a quite long time, almost from CDAC days, especially from the year 2011-14 onwards. And the first question which came to us mind was how to represent Indian languages properly onto the, basically when we talk about a UA adoption, the domain names as well as the basically so-called as the EAI. So it was not a simple journey. Many countries participated in that whole process. So a lot of rules, regulations were being coined. What type of character set will be permitted? What are the rules associated with that? And especially if you look at Indian languages, our languages are syllabic in nature, and it poses more so-called challenges in terms of proper representations and maybe looking at some of the similar looking character sets and so on and so forth. But these problems, what have been stated, have been over a period of time resolved, and they have been nicely done. Basically, though it is not only for Indian languages, it was for the whole global languages. ICANN as well as the USCG has played, along with the definitely the partners, have played a very vital role in terms of evolving total framework in relation with how the domain names can be represented without any issues, basically. The main concern which was there related with was regarding the phishing attacks or the confusingly similar characters. And let me tell you very honestly that it was a grand challenge, but the new generation Brahmi panel has taken a lot of efforts. There are many stakeholders who has taken efforts, and these rules regulations have been formed. So earlier, ASCII was just some few alphabets, LDH, that we have got only 38 characters to be represented. But when it comes to the global languages, the Unicode today is 1.5 lakh characters total in all, with many of them as a confusingly similar characters. But these efforts have been taken care of, and they have been now in a form of something called the libraries which have been given. So I personally feel that that already paid work was being done for us. And when we talk about our experiences in terms of implementing the website, it was a simple thing. First and foremost, that obviously you should be Unicode. And then secondly, basically, the forms which are there within the websites or the email addresses which are in the website, they need to undergo little changes. And it's not like a simple thing that you just use a regex pattern to validate the email. You require the rules basically, which are the IDNA protocols we will need to implement. And it was very, I can use the word that it was very easy because awareness was there. So I would like to say that it is more of an awareness issue of implementation rather than the technical major challenges. Though technical challenges might be still there, but they are being resolved to a great extent. And a lot of information is available on the USAG website. I still request members to go through that. If any queries are there, if something is there, there are people around to help you out. And I think it's a dream come true that we have got the local languages, so-called the domain names as the email addresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. With this, I come to you, Mr. Gupta. So you have been leading into the efforts from the ICANN and USG, and you know, and it's not only limited to our India geography. We heard Mahesh talking about the awareness things. We talked about some technical things, and I truly believe that with India, with such a high linguistic diversity, we could be really a leader as well as a case study for the global world. That's what I feel, it being a true Bharati. So I would like to understand from you, with your experience across regions, what do you think could be more done by the, say, businesses or the government and the tech leaders and others to scale it up with respect to our country? We have heard about BhashaNet. We know about the policy which was announced in 2023 on UA implementation. But what is your further view on that? And if you feel there is substantial challenge, how even that can be overcome with the support of all of us?
Thank you so much for your question. There are many questions in one. I'm going to try and remember.
I don't want to lose you because you have to leave early.
It's okay. Okay. Given India's linguistic diversity, it's a great opportunity. It's a challenge. And also, eventually, when good things happen, they become case studies. So we'll hold the case study bit for later. But my point very simply is that I think to bring the corporate sector into this conversation, to make sure that everybody is actually pulling their weight, there needs to be greater awareness. And this awareness is not so much at the leadership level. This is what I've learned from engaging with the corporate sector. The awareness is more at the technology level. So I'll give an example without naming the entity. So about a year ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, I had a conversation with the CEO of one of the largest television channels in this country. And I pointed out to him that their content for the Hindi news page, everything is in Hindi. Fantastic. But the only challenge was that the URL, which somebody has to type, was not in Hindi. That URL is in English. Okay, it remains in English. And I said, if you actually, given the fact that people it is possible to type a URL in Hindi script, okay, on your phone, on your laptop, if you were to, get a .bharat URL or a web address, it would just make things easier. Now, he thought it was an incredulous idea. He thought that, it can't be so simple. There has to be something more challenging. So, that conversation went off in a different direction. But my point is, this is the level of awareness that we lack in the country. Okay. Now, if we were to get someone else to do it, everybody will fall in line. My second point here, therefore, is that you need to have an early adopter who will come in and take the lead. Okay. I made this example in my opening comment, and I'm going to share it here again because it's very relevant to this comment, to this conversation. So during COVID again, a lot of state governments, all state governments had set up their websites which were geared to support their citizens. Okay. But what happened was between the, I think it was the second or first lockdown, a lot of migrant workers were trapped. I'm a native Bangla speaker, so eventually word got out that there's somebody in this space you can call. He speaks Bangla, and he can help you find whatever support you're looking for, whether it's food, medical, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, all I was doing was, if they were stuck in Punjab or Gujarat or Uttar Pradesh, I was just going to that state's website and looking for the information, sharing it back with them. Because again, many of these states did have websites and information. Some of them were not multilingual. Some of them were. And eventually, those who didn't speak either Hindi, English, or whichever language this information was on, were unable to use it. So the importance of the information being available in different scripts, different languages, there is no end to the benefits. It's a felt need now more than an organic thing, but it really should be an organic thing. It should just be there. So I know there were some other questions you had referred to. I'm still sitting here. If I've missed anything, you can call me back, because I see Dr. Data is on the call as well.
Yeah, so thank you for being cooperative. Little tough job on the moderator because I have to run between the panelists who are all hard pressed with time. So I'll come on to Dr. Data directly to you, and I have a question for you, Samiranji, so please wait. So Dr. Data, first of all, welcome. One of the founding members of the UA, you started, this is the third edition, so thank you for joining us here, and also one of the persons who have launched the pioneers in the first IDN, the email support, the EEI supported email services. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Welcome specifically, two things we would like to know for the audience. आपकी EI, क्योंकि ये मल्टीलिंगुअल का इवेंट है तो मैं हिंदी में बात करती हूँ. हिंदी मेरी दूसरी मातृभाषा है, मतलब मेन है, और इंग्लिश में बोलती हूँ. So my main is Hindi, so I would say I'll speak in Hindi also, and I'll encourage people also sitting out here, हिंदी या जो भी आपकी और मातृभाषा आप उसमें प्लीज बात करें. So मुझे ये बताएं या हम सबको कि आपका जो ये जर्नी EI वाली ईमेल सर्विस प्रोवाइडर वाली रही, ये कैसी रही, कैसे चैलेंजेस, क्योंकि आप तो वर्ल्ड्स फर्स्ट हो, तो जैसे अभी समीरन जी ने कहा एक ऑर्गेनिक होना चाहिए, अर्ली अडॉप्टर्स होना चाहिए, और फिर जब अच्छी चीजें होती है तो केस स्टडी खुद ही क्रिएट हो जाती है. सो आप ये बताएं कि क्या ऐसा किया, करना पड़ा जिससे आपने वो लॉन्च किया, और क्या हमारे यहाँ पर जो लोग हमारे डेलीगेट्स जिन्होंने ज्वाइन किया वो कर सकते हैं टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द सेम. एंड ऑल्सो आई वुड लाइक टू नो I'm sure the journey was not easy. There were some things, some bottlenecks which came in. वो हमें वो दिखता है जब लॉन्च हो जाता है, पर उससे पहले कुछ चीजें आती हैं जो ऑर्गेनाइजर जो कर रहा होता है उसको पता होता है. तो हम वो चीज जर्नी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे. Over to you, Dr. Data.
Thank you, Sarika ji. It's a great panel, Samiran, Mahesh ji, and everybody else. You can't find better mind for talking about this in this country. For us, this came natural because we run an email server that is known as Action Plus, and that is for enterprises. We run millions of email accounts on the server. And when the domain name by Government of India came in, we could not configure on that domain on our server. So it was a bug found in our server, and we had to solve it. So it was not for anybody else, it was for us. That problem was required to be solved. Unfortunately, not everybody thinks it like that. Unfortunately, this bug is in almost every application which exists, for which UA group advocates to solve that bug. And this is the exact problem which we are talking about, that you should accept the domain names and email addresses in your applications. That is what your UA is. And we found that bug, we solved it, and we became UA compliant. Is it challenging? Yes. Can everybody do it? Answer is yes. If we can do it, everybody can do it. Enough technologies are available, enough support is available, enough resources are available. It is not that something we have invented. It is, I'm saying it is something which we have taken a first step and solved the problem. People have not solved the problem. It's like, right, रोज ही आप घर जा रहे हैं, पत्थर है, कूद करके चले जाओ रोज, no problem. You can always jump the stone and go, but you can also remove the stone. People do not try to remove the stone, and that's the challenge we have. They don't see any benefit because they can take a jump. They need not to address that issue. The moment there is enough commercial angle to it, I have come to a conclusion into that area that we have to have a commercial benefit towards that. And let me raise this argument with a logic. This problem will not be solved by companies. It will just remain an awareness. Even if I am aware, like I told you, I am aware that stone is there. घर के बाहर पत्थर है, लेकिन मैं उसको सॉल्व नहीं कर रहा हूँ because it is not hurting me, right? लेकिन जिस दिन मेरी कार अंदर नहीं जा पाएगी, तो मुझे वो स्टोन हटाना पड़ेगा. And that is where the challenge is in this technology. Chat GPT आया, Gemini आया, Perplexity आया और AI tools आए. आपको किसी ने नहीं कहा यूज करने के लिए, बट हम सब लोग यूज कर रहे हैं. क्यों यूज कर रहे हैं? Chat GPT को 1 करोड़ यूजर्स करने के लिए 40 डेज लगे, इंटरनेट को 3 साल लगे, और रेडियो को 38 साल लगे, और टेलीविजन को 75 साल लगे 1 करोड़ लेने के लिए. और जो थ्रेड्स आया मेटा का, उसको सिर्फ 5 दिन लगे. कोई कौन कहने आया 1 करोड़ लोगों को यूज करने के लिए थ्रेड्स यूज करिए? It is about the benefit people look for. So my mind is, and it is very important message to Samiran, who now heads Asia Pacific from ICANN point of view and guide the ICANN and USG group, that we need to find a compelling region which should be a benefit to the user and as an organization. To, if we want the UA readiness in every organization. Just by telling that it has a bug, you should solve it, is not going to help us, is not enough. And as I have told, and there are many regions in our life, that's what the human cycle is. We all know we need to be more fitter. Are we fit? Answer is no. Should we go on walk every day? We know, but we don't do it. It is a psyche. We need a benefit. Organizations are more prone to that, to get that benefit. Organizations are not charity. Organizations are going to invest money. They are looking for benefit. We need to brainstorm. We need to find the cases. We need to build an article. We need to build a write-up. What is the benefit? That one survey which happened 8 years before about $10 billion opportunity for universal acceptance is no more valid. We need to do a study again. We need to create a new narrative. We need to create a new case. We need to create a real case and create examples that I am benefited. If I will say I am benefited, and Maheshji say I am benefited, and end user will say I am benefited, everybody will stand up in the queue to ask for support. That's my message to through this audience. I have spent 7 good years in this UA problem, and this is my conclusion today, that just by raising awareness and fighting about the adoption and delivery is not the issue. That's not the discussion anymore required. It is about, we need to find a real benefit for the organizations to do it, and we need to have really compelling regions that we are able to show the benefit. If we are not able to do so, it will just remain like a good research paper, which will remain in the books and will never be implemented.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Ajay, on that part, that a compelling reason always creates an opportunity and a people to take it forward. For example, जैसे अभी आपने खुद ही बोला, चैट जीपीटी आया, लोगों ने यूज़ करना शुरू कर दिया. मोबाइल आया, पहले कुछ लोगों के पास था, सबको उसकी यूज समझ आई, नीड आई, यूज़ करना शुरू कर दिया. इंटरनेट आया. तो अभी कल जैसे मैं एआई पे बात कर रही थी, कल मेरा टॉपिक था एआई इन विकसित भारत, तो लोगों ने मुझसे पूछा, मैम एआई से सारी जॉब्स चली जाएंगी? मैंने कहा, कंप्यूटर आने से आपके सारे काम बंद हो गए थे? नहीं हुए थे. तो जाएंगी नहीं. यू हैव टू रीलुक द वे how it is going to reshape it. You have to rescale, upskill. Similarly, for the UA, you need to understand the real reason how it's going to benefit all of you and how it's going to change the future, because that in any case is going to happen. It will take some years, it may take some months, but it is going to happen.
Sarika ji,
So,
can I take 30 more seconds? And I'm just telling you, sorry for the organizers. I am speaking in a Rajasthan IT Day event here. The event is about to start. I luckily you got delayed, and that event is also 10 minutes late. So this is perfect. I'm able to speak. Let me speak 30 seconds more and give you why I'm telling you this.
सर एक चीज और करिएगा, क्योंकि आपकी कंपनी एआई में बहुत काम कर रही है और मैं इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में विद रिस्पेक्ट टू यूए जरूर बात करना चाहती थी. सो इफ यू हैव 30 सेकंड्स, टेक 60 सेकंड्स एंड डू कवर दैट पार्ट आल्सो.
ओके. सो इंटरनेट को सॉरी टेलीफोन लाइंस को, जो फिजिकल लाइंस थी, उनको 1 करोड़ यूजर बनाने के लिए 75 साल लगे. 75. रेडियो को 38 साल, टेलीविजन को 13 साल, इंटरनेट को 3 साल, फेसबुक को 10 महीने, इंस्टाग्राम को 5 महीने, चैट जीपीटी को 40 दिन, थ्रेड्स को 5 दिन. हम 7 साल ईओ में लगा चुके हैं. The answer is clear in front of us. There is no option. So, and whatever we have done has not worked. So what I'm telling you is that if you have the past and if we do not learn from that, 5 दिन में अगर 1 करोड़ यूजर्स अडॉप्ट होते हैं किसी टेक्नोलॉजी से, तो हमारे जो चेंज है वो अगर यूजर को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, तो समथिंग इज नॉट राइट. वी नीड टू चेंज द कोर्स. We cannot remain in the course, which is a dead end. That's one part. That's the 30 seconds I want to take. Reading the emerging technologies, I think UA and ICANN both have to rethink completely, and we are rethinking completely about how the future technologies, including EAI, including language, is going to work and consumed by the user in the light of artificial intelligence in your phone, in your computer. They need to be completely rethinked. The word is not same. There is a new order which is going to be rewritten. There are new laws which are going to be rewritten. Let me share with you a very shocking and very powerful thing today. iPhone 18 just released a capability in their phone that if you have, Mahesh ji, bahut dhyan se suniye, iMessage will work without cell tower, without Wi-Fi. It will work directly through satellite, iMessage. So if you have an iPhone and if you have iOS 18, you will be able to send a message without the telephone network and a Wi-Fi. Imagine where the world is moving. You don't need towers. You are not looking for it. You are looking for FaceTime. Now no mobile numbers. You are moving in the direction where the artificial intelligence is there in the phone. Now, will there be a issue in typing? Answer is no. Will there be a issue in speaking? Answer is no. Because intelligence is built in voice and vision. We need to completely rethink everything again, completely, and see that how we can find benefits in the UA mission and ensure, along with the use of AI, how we can take it to the masses, how we can take it to the companies. That's a very good opportunity also at the same time. And that requires a larger thought process again. Whatever we have been doing was very valid till 2023 and or 2024. It is no more valid today. We need to completely rethink. And this is true for all the technologies around languages and voice and text, which we are talking about.
Thank you, Ajay, and I thank you for giving your time. I understand it's multitasking of the activities in the speaking roles which you are doing it, but we needed your inputs, and thank you. I know you have to leave, so can I have a round of applause for him, because he would be leaving in.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you very much.
Ajay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
With this cycle, I come to you. So we heard Ajay talking about it, emerging technologies, and Referee has been in the forefront of the digital transformation. So my things which I would like to know first is, what do you think? He talked about, he said you need to rethink, you need to rework, and then move forward. That is something, the message was well clear from his words, what he has used. So what do you think are the major trends which are changing the Indian language industry and the computing? And how do you see Reverie playing a role in that? And also, what's your take on the UA when we talk about the respect to Reverie? Anything what you would like to share, your example, anything with your own experience you would have gone through, since it's a session about experience sharing. So over to you.
So, hi all. Good afternoon. Sorry, it's lunchtime. The session got delayed. It was not my mistake. I'll try to be as crisp as possible. Emerging trends, right? So we have been trying to solve this problem for over 15 years now, and I have been a part of it for almost a decade. So just before a decade, we had to tell businesses that multilingual is the need of the hour if you want to do something meaningful in our country. We had to convince them. It took us years to do that. But later on, within 1 or 2 years, they realized that it has to be done, but they did not know how to do it. So we were trying to help them on how to do this, what needs to be done, how you need to create things grounds up to make things work for multilingual users. So then the data has become a problem, until this geo came up with all this, cheap data availability and accessibility. People are even worried about consuming videos on phone, right? So we used to do surveys and we used to ask them, what is it that you want? What is stopping you from buying online? One is the language barrier. They directly say, I'm not comfortable. Second is they don't want to make any transactions on internet back then. Until this UPI thing came, the bank, net banking, and the take e-commerce, for example, it is completely English driven. The multilingual user doesn't even know what a shopping cart means, what a COD means, right? They think that, okay, something is there, everybody is able to buy things online, but I am unable to do anything today. So that's what we tried to change. And people think that, localization or multilingualism means just translating the content or on a website or an app. It doesn't stop with that. You go onto a Hindi page of any e-commerce website, the first thing you do is search. If you're not enabled with a keypad or a voice button there, I cannot go through all millions of products that are there to find out what I want to navigate through, right? So these were the kind of things that we were trying to solve. But like Dr. Ajay was saying, in the last 1 year, because of this Gen AI coming into the picture, the entire ecosystem has changed overnight. Earlier we used to think about, okay, how to bring conversational AI into the picture, how to get multilingual users on board. But now it has completely changed the business. So people should keep the multilingual, the businesses should keep, and the government should keep multilingual aspects in mind. Because when we look at it, in Indian languages, the scripts that are in Devanagari that are, 1.5x of ratio of the English script, horizontally or vertically, sorry. And the South Indian scripts are, the 1.8x Tamil Malayalam, So when we used to localize these websites, most of the content gets truncated. It doesn't give the user experience as it is required to be giving. So people, though the apps and websites are localized, since they feel that it is not for them. So these are the kind of problems that we are trying to solve as on today. And it was a great progress. And today, after Gen AI coming into picture, we were able to go to, it was a very steep curve, I would say.
No, I agree with you. Gen AI, if I just talk about our IT industry only, which is 245 billion industry, if you apply Gen AI, it's increasing the productivity by 45%. So that's exponential if you're talking about it. So I completely agree with you on that part of it. I'll come on the a couple of challenges which you mentioned. While I would say that now the things have been changing, we are seeing the applications, whether it's Amazon or Meesho or Flipkart, giving you a multilingual platform in terms of giving your advices. Government is doing a lot of things. Supreme Court has already started translating the judgments in multiple languages. Our own recently released DPDP Act, it talks about that the consent of the person to be conveyed in English or any preferred language of the 20 officially recognized, constitutionally recognized language. So lots of efforts being done at the government also, but we understand the scale we talk about it and the country we are in. It needs to move huge. It needs to move faster.
So 1 minute. Since you mentioned Supreme Court, it's not only the translation, they're doing live transcription.
Live translation, yeah.
Transcriptions.
Transcriptions.
The court proceedings.
That's in the parliament also. That's in the parliament also.
We're very fortunate that we're also able to do that, contribute to it.
That's something, and we're happy when companies be able to take that thing.
We started with the translations of the debates for the last 3-4 Lok Sabhas and the ongoing winter monsoon budget sessions. It's completely automated. Now that Bhashni, Mr. Amitabh, he was working on the transcriptions, we are probably working. So many things are happening in government as well as these.
So I have a time with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I wanted to know, you heard the scenario which is existing, and you heard Dr. Data when he talked about it. It has to be a compelling reason and something which can be worked out by ICANN, keeping in mind what it can actually propel the growth. Scale is, we have lots of opportunities. We have lots of scale which needs to be covered. Some steps have been done, but a lot of ground to cover. So what's your take on that? How do you see that can take place? And also, I'll again put it, which I said in the starting, how India could be a global leader. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, AI मिशन को हमने lead करना है. India ने garage tool बनना है. We need to export. You have to help me out and the audience, how we can lead it in the UA also globally for people.
Oh, thank you. I worked very closely with Ajay for those 7 years. There are a lot of backstories which he can share with you. I think his point is very valid. His point is very valid. However, ICANN's mission also restricts what ICANN can do. Okay, so I can't solve all the problems of the world, but as the organization that makes sure that the DNS works, it remains resilient and it continues to grow. UA is, an IDN is important to us, and therefore to make the IDN work, universal acceptance is important to us. Okay, the term universal acceptance was coined because there was no better term to look for it. And in fact, Mr. Ram Mohan, who was on the board of ICANN, he kind of discovered this challenge and gave it a name. Okay. Now, so we are also bound by our statute as to how far we can go, what we can do. But that doesn't stop anyone in this room or anyone in this country or large organizations in this country or even government ministries or departments in our country to create something which is of value. Okay. So, and I'll start with the example of the UPI. India didn't take anyone's permission to create UPI. However, what India created is a marvel of internet technology. Okay. So my point very simply is, ICANN can continue doing what we are doing. If I were to, so data is not in the room, but it's like, we are like senior citizens, like shuffling along a path, and he wants to take a Cadillac past us. I'm very happy to see that Cadillac go flying past because that's what the market needs. We are making sure that we are not a hindrance in that process. Whatever we need to do, we are doing. Okay. This was your question. Now, the second part was?
How India can be.
Yeah. how India can be a global leader. You know, India created the UPI in 2016. It was only like at the G20 meeting that the world collectively took cognizance of. And why was that? Because the G20 meeting was happening in India and India showcased it. Okay. And I'm being absolutely, I'm not reading from any script here. I'm just telling you how everything works. Okay. So when you do something, it'll eventually people will take notice. Okay. Now, I gave you the example of the television channel. Now, what is stopping the state-owned television channel to change all the URLs to all different scripts? They have 18 channels. I mean, it's doable. Okay. What is stopping? I know 26 of the top websites are multilingual. What is stopping that number from becoming 100? All right. So these are milestones which can be achieved equally when let's say the national television entity goes UA ready, becomes UA compliant. It's going to openly challenge the private sector companies. Okay.
Thank you, Samiranji. So I completely agree with the UPI story. And it's when we had the shocking numbers in the month of January, 16.99 billion transactions. Wow. We were recorded in a case study in the Harvard and Stanford right now. So we do acknowledge it. And we do know that's one of the, I would say, Sutradhar or core, because our public data is available. We are running the largest national identity program, Aadhaar. So all those things have happened with the scale. So India do have a scale. That's not an issue. It's about the collective intent to work on it. That's something which you're trying to say. And we have a word from ICANN to be a good facilitator, which you have always been. So thank you for your role and always being there. Mahishi, I'll come to you, since we've heard from Samiranji that it needs to be the only way to lead the thing is by example and by making it happen so that everybody acknowledges it. And we heard Dr. Data talking about it, that it has to be a compelling reason. So I want to understand that, giving the current scenario, whatever situation hum abhi aajkal hain, what do you think the approach for the company should be top down, bottom up, or a combination of both, or something else, so that this reason actually becomes a compelling reason?
Yeah, okay. Actually, this is I think it's a hard question in terms of.
So we are asking the veterans of the industry. That's why I posed this question to you.
I was looking at what Ajay Data was speaking about, the stone. I just wanted to metaphorically tell that that stone should be the part and parcel of your architecture. It has to be a part of your core systems. Then it is automatically everything becomes multilingual. So if you really look at it, I can be a little bit bold on this subject, saying that ASCII is holding back the internet's growth. Okay, this is very, very important statement in wake of the multilingual world. The internet evolved with ASCII at its core, as you are aware, and all the protocols, operating systems, and applications assume this by default. Even today, if you look at DNS operates in ASCII, requiring the conversion of Unicode to Punicode, resolutions, and so on and so forth. So we need to change our thought process here, and especially ICANN, basically. I heard that there are too many technical challenges as well as too many financial or business challenges when we talk about implementing certain things at a core. So unless otherwise you do certain things at the core, things will not move. This is what I personally believe. So for decades, encoding was an invisible layer of computing. So most of the users didn't know what is an ASCII, or even the experienced developers never thought about it. Only they knew ASCII and ISO story, that's all, ISO 8859. So what generally it is coming up is that the solution is not to fix the millions of applications one by one, but to embed UA compliance into the core systems of the internet itself. Fixing the internet at the core level, making UA the default, and not afterthought. This is very important part which the world needs to look at it. The global people needs to look at it. I would like to reiterate that there should be a movement towards making Unicode as a first-class citizen of DNS rather than ASCII. So these are very important points in terms of this. Secondly, what our observations is that I second with Dr. Ajay data in terms of the business aspect, but sometimes it doesn't work that way also. You get a first mover advantage if your systems, your devices and everything supports AI. You never know, there will be a boom. Nobody waited for people's feedback to generate or develop a chat GPT. Chat GPT got developed and people started using it because they found value in that. That is what examples were being given. I still feel that there is enough value in the multilingual internet. Only today's hindrance in that is all about, we are still talking about ASCII. The whole stoppage is ASCII. We should move to Unicode, and there might be, I don't know, there might be compelling reasons for not to move the DNS from Unicode to something called from ASCII to Unicode, but it is possible. Let me tell you, it is 100% possible that you make your all systems by default basically at core, and that is what I said, that stone should be part of your architecture itself and not something add-on. If you look language as an add-on, it will remain as an add-on and nobody will like to use it. One point just wanted to add is that when we talk about a Microsoft Office Word or anything for that matter, there is a spell checker which is built in within the Microsoft, or there are grammar checkers which are built into the Microsoft. So people tend to use it. Had it been that you have to purchase or add on a spell checker separately or a grammar checker separately with a price tag associated with that, how many people would have really used spell checker? How many people have used grammar checker? So that's a similar analogy over here. So business is there, 100% business is there. Only thing is that the return on investment. Second point which was been talked about is the awareness. Awareness is not still there basically, because even in school, colleges, engineering colleges, language is not been taught at all. Okay, this subject is not been taught at all. We don't talk about Unicode. We don't teach people Unicode at all. We don't teach what is an IDN, or we don't talk about the protocols, internet protocols and so on and so forth, which has gone to that level. So there is a multi-pronged approach here in terms of addressing this subject matter. This is one part. Secondly, the use of AI is very, very inherent in this. Just give a small example to you people is that we were trying to work for all the government of India websites to get into domain names, having what is called the international domain name. We started facing a challenge because they do have an ASCII domain name, and now they want a Indian language domain name. What should be the approach towards that? So somebody then start manually finding what should be the domain name for that, and the domain name becomes quite lengthy in that case. So herein the AI can definitely come to rescue, that one can have the systems in such a way that I give my ASCII domain name to the system and it will generate to me some suggestions which are very appropriate in context, either transliterated, mix of them, retaining the context of an ASCII. That is a very powerful thing which can definitely happen, and it will drive the internet like anything basically. This is the third part. When we come to, we heard in the morning also about data, okay, that too much of data is required for all these language technology to grow, and I differ with that statement basically. I totally differ with that statement. We need to have a changing approach. The data alone should not be hindrance. It can be a hybrid model, which is the rules plus data. So wherever data scarcity is there, you apply a hybrid model over there. For example, in Indian language computing, challenges like inconsistent spelling, lack of large data sets, and linguistic diversities can be addressed by rule-based approaches for grammar, morphology, script normalization. So here in what I have seen in today's world, the linguists are being removed from this whole ecosystem, which is totally wrong. We should bring back the linguist here, and they will make a wonders to the web which is called the Web 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you with the UA by design and getting ASCII to Unicode, and of course taking it as part of the, when you conceptualize the things and having an importance in the language. Saminji, you would like to add something to these points?
Thank you so much, Maheshji. I just want to make a very small intervention over here, and it's hopefully a good one. You spoke about Unicode not being taught in colleges or computer programs and so on and so forth. What we've done more recently, and you might be aware, ICANN has created a 12-module program meant for academia, which can be integrated. The 12 modules need not be taught separately, but they can actually, their elements can be integrated into existing courses. And therefore, knowledge of universal acceptance is imparted in college itself. In India, we've got inquiries, we got interest shown by about 10, 12 universities in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and there are universities in Tamil Nadu who are also now showing interest. Now, what we are primarily trying to do again here, back to my previous example, is to be an enabler. Okay, so the tools should be all available. Whether everybody uses it or not is as Maheshji rightly said, everything cannot grow the same way as the last example, that the last great example. But the fact is the tools need to be available, and whatever needs to happen should happen. Your comment on changing the DNS to ASCII, I'd love to have a coffee with you to discuss that sometime. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you, Samanji. You're talking about the UA curricula, which is available on the UASG.tech. So we encourage people to visit that website and have more insights to it. And of course, ICANN is looking forward for the various partnerships from the universities who can have discussions on that area. As Vicky and NIXI, we will be happy to work with you also on that area. So that I'm taking the liberty on speaking on behalf of the CEO side, because we decided to partner on multiple initiatives. So we will be happy to partner in this one. I'll come on to the last question to Sai, otherwise people will kill me. We are standing between the lunch for them. So
even I'm hungry.
Good. I'm like the same feeling which we share together. So my question to you is, we have heard about problems, we have heard about what are the things to be taken, UA by design. When we talk about Indian languages, standardization, interoperability, major challenges. We heard a previous person from the delegates making a question on the same thing to the other panelists. I would like to know from Rivery's example how this has been taken care of.
So, I mean, this is one of our missions. We work towards bringing language equality on the internet, and standardization being one of our missions. I think two of our founders, they are from ex-CDAC, and they have been into Indian language computing for more than 3 decades now. So, when we say standardization, I completely resonate with the thoughts the other two gentlemen have spoken, right? We align with that, and we do have a solution on how to resolve those issues as well. So right now, why do you think we are unable to build something like a GPT or a Llama for Indian languages? Because of unavailability of data? Do you ever think that we will ever be able to build something like that, by crowdsourcing and building the data? The answer could be no. The data should be organically generated. For that, the standardization of typing tools, the standardization of display, the standardization of content discovery, everything should come together. Businesses should adopt, government should adopt, how to make things possible. Right now, we know the gaps, we know what needs to be done, but it cannot be an individual responsibility to resolve these issues and, take things forward. So simple, in layman terms, you have a multilingual document, we are doing scanning and digitization. How many of those documents that are scanned are searchable in nature? You have land records for 100, 120 years. You are scanning it, you are preserving it, but tomorrow I need to look at a record and see which survey number, who does it belong to. You can't search because most of the documents are not searchable. Same way you convert, forget about the scanned document. You convert a Word document, there are multiple fonts in Indian language, you convert it into PDF, and then you again use the same PDF to convert it back to Word, the entire Indian language script is broken. The matras will be here, at least Hindi to an extent you can comprehend. For when you comes to other languages, other Indian languages, you can't even see what is written there, right? When it's converted reverse from. So these are the standard, and we always feel that Unicode came a decade late. It should have started some 20 years ago. It's been only 10 years, right? I've been noting down points. There is IDN, there is UA, but we lack widespread adoption on that as well. Like in the previous panel also, it took 7 years for us to, get something. Now we know there is a stone, there is a block, but it cannot be a compliance. It should be a mandatory thing that should be given from the government so that people like us who are working towards it, we will see results at least in the near future, right? So we have a lot of things, but in the interest of time, wanted to talk about conversational AI, how things have changed, but in the interest of time,
To check on conversational AI and voice-based computing, because
yeah, that's the most interesting part.
it's on the same which could actually.
No, I can take a minute. So when this entire AI thing started, it's all rule based. Hindi ke liye ek, sorry, pardon my South Indian accent in Hindi. Hindi ke liye ek dabai, and Tamil ka hirande yalato. You will miss out on single digit numbers if you keep on pressing that, right? So later on, it changed to the intent based models. So when intent-based models in conversational AI were coming into picture, so we thought how to make it more efficient, because every platform that is available outside, the intents are designed only in English, that takes only English. So if the query comes in Hindi or any other Indian language, people have to convert it into English and then forward convert it into Hindi and respond to the. In the process of reverse translation and forward translation, so much of intent is lost there itself, right? So we thought we will train intents and models in Indian languages itself. So that improved accuracy by 20-25% straight away. Overnight, this GenAI came, and now people, they don't even want to, if they ask one question, they need information in 10x, right? So, and they're expecting that to be happening in Indian languages as well, which is not a possibility in the near future. I'm not sure if, unless all these things are sorted, we will ever be able to build a foundational model for Indian languages like a GPT or we are working towards it on a speech-to-speech model, but it takes a lot of time, data generation. We have to generate our own data and customize it to businesses and make it work. So, but the time ahead is going to be very interesting. We all should come together to make things work. We'll be happy to contribute and share our thoughts around it. You can involve us as well in that coffee that you're going to have with. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Saikan. And so it was a very insightful session, at least for me, because we covered a lot of content. I'm sure all of you would agree on that, starting from the technical to adoption to implementation and challenges, and of course, not last but not the least, at what needs to be done. And we have supporters, we have enablers, whether it's ICANN, whether it's the government, everybody is looking into it. Technology is changing. We all know it's changing the face of everything. So nothing is going to stop. And like everybody is actually talking about the same thought and they are actually anchoring and speaking the same, we should not be waiting किस दिन पत्थर उठाना है. अगर दिख रहा है तो ऑलरेडी कर लो, क्योंकि बाद में उठाना ही पड़ेगा. तो मजबूरी की जगह शुरू से कर लो. And I agree. See, Sai, we have heard our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT talking about it, our own NLMs and our SLMs, large language models and small language models, which is more specific to our country. So we understand the need of the data. So standardization is going to be the very, very important thing. I would say it has to be a parallel process. The crowdsourcing may continue. You can have it, but the standardization would exponentially increase it. And the technologies like GenAI is again going to make a big difference. With this, we would wrap up here. I will take up only one question. Otherwise, I will be killed by everyone. If you have any single question to ask, otherwise panelists, whosoever has the time to give after the session are available. Else we are available. It's a technology world. We are available online for all of you. Any specific question which we have not been able to cover and it makes prick your brain? So you're please most welcome to answer. Please raise your hands and identify the panelist with whom you want that question to be answered. Yes, please. Please, your name and the question, and to the panelist.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shrikar. I'm currently an internet governance intern at NIXI. My question is specific to Saikiran, sir. Sir, like just before we have discussed that standardization and optimization, interoperability has become an issue. But what I feel is even ease of doing UA is a major issue, because if you just connect the dots with UPI, there was net banking and there was paperwork, but UPI made that interface where people could just easily transfer money. Whereas when we come to UA, there, if I want to type something like Bhasha in maybe in one native language, I can do it in 3 ways. The first way, I can go to Google Translate. I can type RAJIV. I can type Bhasha, and there is a equivalent version of it. I copy that and I paste it on the URL, and I get the I get the website. The second way of doing it is having a indic keyboard where the keys are actually tuned towards it. And the third way of doing it is by like the speech to text. But the problem with speech to text is there is a word in Telugu in Bhasha, there is a word of Hindi, there is a equivalent Bhasha word in Hindi, and there is an equivalent word of Bhasha in Tamil also. So it becomes very complex. So how can we sort this problem of like making UA like easily? How can we access UA easily on websites, sir?
So, like for the other standardization metrics, the input standardization is also mandatory. Right now, online, the keypad input tools, whichever is there available online, there is no standard architecture or a design that is prevailing across Indian languages. It's up to the developer who is putting it there. And it introduces most of the junk characters also in the overall thing, right? So we need to have standards for input algorithms also across all Indian languages, so that it doesn't change from platform to platform. So that is one way of solving it. Second thing is, the other thing cannot be solved. You type Bhasha and it is called phonetic conversion. In the multilingual domain, we call it as transliteration, right? Any place, any name, you just want to phonetically convert English, written in Roman script to other language. So it will have its own challenges. Maybe we can bring it up to 90-95% accuracy with all the data training and all, but it won't go beyond that. Third one is, if it's Tamil or Telugu or a Hindi, we cannot identify language with one word. It requires at least a 3-second of audio stream to do language identification, and that also is only 80-85% accurate. So the language selection becomes a priority. You should first select the language in which you are going to talk, and then you try the ASR model. I hope I was able to.
So with this, we come to the end of this session. I would only say that I will not be repetitive of the things which has already been discussed. We've heard everything, that what needs to be done, how we need to be taking UA by design, how we need to collaborate, how the mindset needs to change in, how the concept of from technical things like SKY to Unicode needs to be taken, how we can actually make the use of the UA curriculum being taken out by ICANN, and also how we can take into the various emerging trends which are coming in the language industry, whether it's conversational AI or voice-based computing and others. And definitely, which is very, very important, is getting the right data sets being available. That's going to be the core for everything. And standardization is the base for the same. So let's join hands to work towards creating a really digitally inclusive and accessible and empowered nation, and getting a multilingual internet, which is truly multilingual for all of us. And India has a lot of potential to be a leader in the same. And like Samira ji mentioned, it is only through examples we can lead the world. So that is very important. I'm sure all of us had more thoughts to share. The question you asked, Samarji wanted to answer something more to it, but we'll reserve it for the next time. The discussion can continue over long, but we will have other sessions also, and you've heard previous speakers. So with this, I close session. I am also thankful to our moderator for the previous session, who was kind enough to wrap the session a little early. Sorry, Santoshji, we had to press because the speakers for this session were leaving, and we could have lost the content. And thank you, organizers, for involving us here. And thank you, panelists, for being so insightful and so engaging session for all of us. With this, I close the session and we open for the lunch. And over to the organizers, please.
Thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you, Sarika ji, because asking question is one of the most toughest job, I would say, and I think asking the right questions at the right time is the most appropriate thing. So we would like to request Shri T. Santosh ji to kindly present mementos to our panelists as well as the moderators. We would like to thank Shri Mahesh Kulkarni ji, who joined us live through online mode, as well as Shri Ajay Deta ji for giving his insights through joining us, as well as Shri Sai Kiran Nanduri ji and Shri Samiran Gupta ji. Thank you so much, and we would like you to kindly present mementos to our panelists as well as the moderator who has conducted a wonderful session. Definitely. She has given deep insights and she has made the session very vivacious. Kindly present mementos to Shri Samiran Gupta ji as well as to Shri Sai Nanduri ji. Thank you to our panelists who joined us through the online mode too, and thank you to all of you for giving us this wonderful session. And I know most of you might be wondering when we are asking you to go and join us for the lunch. So lunch is waiting for you. Thank you all. We would be joining shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, interview.
कनेक्टेड ही है वाईफाई बताओ आईफोन श्वेता है सिर्फ
बिल्कुल
अरे स्पेक्ट्रा पे आगे रुक जा अभी तो था कनेक्ट मतलब पासवर्ड
स्मॉल एस श्वेता
श्वेता
लेकिन उस पे अरे यार करवाया भी
चेक कर
Welcome, Martin, and I hope you had a
Great launch. Uh, Hello, everyone. So I think you've had a great lunch. So let's resume with the agenda of the day. And for now, there will be the technical adoption experience for IDN and UA, learning and experience on adopting UA standards covering basic and technical aspects of domain name and UA by the CDAC team. So I welcome the CDAC team to come and take over the stage. Thanks.
Thank you. No, I'll manage. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neha Gupta, and I'm from CDAC. I, along with my team and Ms. Sunita Singh from NIC, we will be covering the technical workshop focusing on IDN and UA. So not only we will be sharing our experiences and learning, but we will also be covering the basics to the implementation part. So this is the outline of the workshop. We have divided this workshop into 6 sub-parts. So I'll be covering the basic introduction of IDN, EAI, and UA, which is very crucial for the multilingual internet. Then Ms. Sunita Singh from NIC, she will be covering the topic on registering domain name in Hindi or other Indian languages for government. Then my fellow colleagues, they will be covering the topics on DNS and web server management, then IDN enablement, technical adoption experience, and last but not the least, we will be covering the demonstration of BhashaNet. So what is multilingual internet? So the definition is very simple, that the internet in which we can create, communicate, transact, process, and retrieve the information in our own language, then the internet will become a truly multilingual internet. So this is some facts and figures that according to W3 Techs, which yearly they actually demonstrate, they publish some of the facts and figures. So according to them, the website content on the internet, so half of the content, as you see, that it is in the English, and half of the other content, including all languages of the world, is 50%. So for the internet to become truly multilingual, the situation is little concerning. And if we talk about the Indian condition, so we have only 0.1% of the internet content available in Hindi. And for other scheduled languages, it is less than 0.1 or no content available. So having one nation, more than 1.4 billion population, and 22 scheduled languages, and more than hundreds of non-scheduled languages, and the situation is little concerning, and we have to make our efforts that how we can increase the content on the internet, how we can felt our presence on the internet in terms of Indian languages, in terms of Indian population. So coming back to the Indian linguistic scenario, if we say 22 scheduled languages, it also covers one script, many languages. So Devanagari is the script, and you can write Hindi, Marathi, Konkani, Sindhi using Devanagari. And we have one language, many script. So Konkani, let's say, is an example. It can be written in Roman script, Devanagari script, Malayalam, and Kannada. Pillars of multilingual internet. So these are the four pillars which is very important for internet to become multilingual. One is the domain names, which is the entry point of the internet. Then email address, it is for communication. And then internet layers, support for input, accept, process, store, validate, and display. And then we need tools and technologies for content creation and display. So you must be familiar with the basics of, internet terminologies, but I'll recap that. So domain name is nothing but the mapping of IP address to the domain name. The domain name which you can easily remember, that's what it is intended for. Internationalized domain name. So when you localize or internationalize or convert the English domain name to your own language, it is called as internationalized domain name. And if we say it in technical terms, if the domain name that contains characters other than the ASCII character set, and it has letters and digits, then it will become the IDN, that is internationalized domain name. So here I'm taking an example of cdac.bharat. So this is a domain names in local language. And Punicode is nothing but it is a ASCII compatible encoding for the domain names. So in the earlier session, the Dignitary said that the DNS system, it is still in the ASCII. So to store the domain name, IDN domain names, we have to first convert into Punicode, which is ASCII compatible encoding, and then we'll have to insert into DNS. Domain name types. So there are four major types of domain names. One is the generic top level domains. You must be knowing that .com, .org, .net. And now we have introduced, ICANN has introduced new GTLDs. So now the organization can have any GTLDs. So like .app, .blog, .shop, .ai, and India, I think Geo Reliance, they have acquired .indian, and then SBI Bank has .sbi domain name in new GTLD. Country code top level domain, these are unique to each country. So .in is for India, similarly .us for USA, and so on. And other TLDs like .edu, .gov, and .mil is also exist. Multilingual domain names for India, we have 15 CCTLDs covering 22 scheduled Indian languages. So the number is a little bit, mismatching. 15 CCTLDs, 22 scheduled languages, and .Bharat, which is a single CCTLD, covers 8 languages coming from the Devanagari script. And similarly, .Bharat in Bangla covers 2 languages, Bengali and Manipuri. So the number came to 22. And we have also .Sarkar subzone and .Vidya subzone. .Sarkar is being managed by NIC registry, and .Vidya is being offered by ARNet. So these are the snapshot of 22 scheduled languages. Now comes to the email address internationalization. So you have a domain name, let's say cdac.bharat, and if my mailbox name or username, if it is also internationalized or localized, it will become the EAI, that is email address internationalization. We have internet layers and services, which is very crucial for multilingual internet. So not only domain name and email addresses, you need the support, UTF-8 support across all the application and layers. Then only the internet will become truly multilingual. And then multilingual tools and technologies, you need them for website translation, for content display, for easy access, for accessibility. So Bhashini is such platform where you will get all those services. CDAC is also providing, Indian language tools and technologies. Then the word Universal Acceptance Day, and we are celebrating Universal Acceptance Day. So Universal Acceptance is basically deals with email address internationalization and IDNs. So irrespective of if your IDNs and EAIs, if they are treated equally and can be accepted by all the application and devices, then your application or services become UA ready. So it has 5 major steps. One is the accept, validate, process, store, and display. My colleague in the later session, they will touch upon all these 5 aspects with examples. So I'll skip that. And these are the examples of domain names and EAIs. If you see the example .sky, in this example, .sky is the newer top level domain. And similarly, we have longer top level domains. So if you are designing some web application and you check the validation of 3 characters for .com, .mil, or .edu, then your domain name will not pass from longer top level domains like example.abu dhabi. And then we have internationalized domain names where your website name, including CCTLD or TLD, is in Indian language, is in other languages. So bhashanet.bharat is one such example. Similarly, there are such examples of ASCII at IDN where you have the user box name is in English and your domain name is in other than English. So I'll not go into the details, but you can see on the display. Thank you. So now I will call Ms. Sunita Singh to deliver the second session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'll be talking about the IGN implementation in the government sector, like how we are dealing with the IGN. As we all have been talking since morning, that how this UA to be achieved. So to achieve this UA, the implementation of IDN is the crucial first step towards this universal acceptance. So the IDN, which enables user, which allows user to access or to go through any website using their own native languages. So in India, if we talk about, there are so many languages which use different scripts to write. Like if we see, there are different scripts like Devanagari, Arabic, Tamil, Telugu, and many more. So the use of IDN is just to foster a more inclusive internet experience by breaking the language barrier and promoting regional diversity. Now, coming to the government sector, like the gov.in domain, which is the digital identity of government. So this gov.in domain, this government zone plays a vital role in establishing official status, credibility, trust, consistency, branding of the government in the digital space. So a domain name under gov.in, it clearly communicates the government authority. Let's provide a reliable, trustworthy, consistent online presence in the digital space for the citizen. So giving the significance of these domain name, their allocations is subject to specific administrative procedure. Here I'll just go through that how we allocate these domains, which is actually the government, which represent the government interface to the citizen, to its means like to the all Indian citizen in respect to gov.in. So if any user want to, this gov.in basically for all the government department that its name only suggested. So there are mandatory compliance, which is one is guideline, which is being given by the MIT, which every ministry needs to comply, not the ministry, all the government entity needs to comply for this guideline. And once they find that they are eligible to get the domain under gov.in, then in that case only we proceed for they proceed for registration of the domain. Along with this guideline, mandatory guideline, there are naming convention also which the department or the government entity needs to follow, that what kind of name they can apply. If there are some technical restriction that they cannot be start with A, or means like the numbers, it could not be start with hyphen. So these are the naming convention that they needs to follow when they start the registration of the domain. So the registration process, once we see, this is completely online with which is given by registry.gov.in. It is given in all the 22 constitutionally approved language along with the English. The login in the registry.gov.in is given through the Parichaya authentication, that is a government entity which have a email ID under gov.in or nic.in. They can only log into this Parichaya, through this Parichaya into this registry portal, and they can register a domain for their respective ministry or department. Now, to promote the IDN, there are mandatory registration of Hindi domain. Without this, English domain cannot be allocated. So the Hindi domain name is mandatory while they register for a new English domain. Now, if we come for the signing authority, so there must be a nominated nodal officer or the officer which gives that the authority for this domain allocation. So the nodal officer must sign the letter to get the domain registered. So once the registration submit on registry portal, there are approval process which goes through, like we have a gov.in committee, internal committee, where we put the request which we get from the different ministry. And if the committee find that the request is okay to approve, then it just approve it and send back to us for like informing the user that the domain has been activated. And in case the committee finds that this request is not like not matching with the guideline and it need any further like further approval, it also escalate it for further approval. Otherwise, it just ask user to go for alternative arrangements. Now, post approval, after the domain gets activated, there are the domain needs to be mapped. What we do after getting the domain. So the DNS mapping needs to be done. For English domain, it is just simply we can map the domain name with the IP or CNAME where we want to take it. So that is for the English domain. But for IDN domain, as in the earlier part it has been given, for the IDN domain, there is a PUNI code for every IDN domain which needs to map with the IP or CNAME. So PUNI code is just nothing but a Unicode representation which uses limited ASCII character, which includes small letter and special character like hyphen and the numbers, sorry. So if we see the IDN progress in the last 3 years, we see it's in good growth, we can see. And now I can say there are 163 active IDN domain present in gov.in zone. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjay Tiwari from CDAC. So I'll take you through what exactly it takes to make your website IDN ready. So I'll guide you through the technical aspects, rather theoretical. We have a lot heard about the theoretical concept of UA, what IDN is, what Unicode is. But I'll take you through what exactly it takes for a developer to make their website IDN ready. So, I mean, it's not something new. We have been doing it for English website. So normally these are the steps you take to make your any website. For example, you have your English website. These are required steps to make your website get hosted on any platform. So first is your domain name. You need to have a domain name. Without domain name, you cannot get your website hosted. So you need to have a domain name. Similarly, if you're looking for a Hindi domain name or any Unicode domain name, you need to have a IDN domain name. So first step is get a domain name, a right domain name, IDN domain name. And then once you have that domain name, you need to work on these 3 factors like DNS, web server, SSL. These 3 are the important factors which requires configuration by the developer. And then once you are done with this, you have to test and troubleshoot if there are any issues. So I'll take you through these steps in the later slide. Yes. So IDN domain name. So whenever you deal with IDN domain name, you need to learn the first very basic concept, that is PUNI code. Without PUNI code के बिना आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते. So you have to understand what exactly is PUNI code. क्योंकि PUNI code हर जगह आने वाला है. PUNI code. So you need to understand what exactly is PUNI code. So what happens that DNS won't understand Unicode character. So for example, here we have a bhashanet.bharat, a domain name hai. I have a domain name bhashanet.bharat. I want to get it hosted. मेरे पास already एक bhashanet.in एक portal running है, but I want this bhashanet.bharat as a IDN domain name. So what happens when you go to registrar or a registry, they give you a PUNI code. What they generate a PUNI code out of your domain names. So there are converter which converts Unicode characters into PUNI code. So the Bhashanet here you see here has been converted into ASCII character encoded values accent hyphen hyphen. This prefix किसी भी domain name पे आप देखोगे जो IDN वाले जो होंगे there is x1 hyphen hyphen ये add हो जाता है. This is a prefix which indicates that the domain name, this domain name is IDN. So these internals are meant for DNS. These are internally handled by DNS. You don't have to worry. Developer को ये PUNI code से लेके worry नहीं करना है कि why what this is added, what is this special character. So you don't have to worry. These things have already been undertaken. So only important thing is to consider whenever you are converting your Unicode to PUNI code, ensure that they comply with the standard which are being suggested by ICANN or USG currently there is a standard called IDNA 2008. So whenever you are trying to convert your domain name to Punicode, always check that the converter or whatever library you are using, that has to follow standard IDNA 2008. So you can get it from bhashanet.in. There is a converter called Unicode Punicode generator converter. You can check it from there also. So why this Punicode is needed? We needed it for not just for a domain registration. We would be needing it for making changes in your configuration file of web server or database level, then at the backend server. Even for SSL procurement, you need to specify your Punicode values. So and for searching, for verification, for validation, so Punicode would be needed. And a native form, that what we call it as a Unicode form, would be requiring for a user. User won't be understanding what XSN is. So the native form is also needed. So how once you have your domain name, a DNS setting would be needed, whereby these you have to you have to get access to the DNS management panel where you add a record. We do it similarly for English also. That is how we do it for English, Hindi, and for any IDN domain name, where you need to add a record pointing to your English server, or it could be your Hindi or any website. So once that is done, you need to verify that whether name resolution is being done or not. So once you verify that, your domain name is being resolved into a address, means IP address. So as you can see that once you have your domain name and configuration done, you can verify using online tools, or there are commands to find out like NSLOOKUP or dig. You can use it to check whether your IDN domain name is getting resolved or not. Once that is done, you have reached to the level second. So once that is done, you can get started with based on your website web server. It could be Apache or Nginx or IIS. These are the mostly used web server for any website. So I will be talking about how we do it for Apache, where you have your website in which uses Apache server. So here you can see that the server name has a Punicode value of the domain name. So you need to specify the Punicode value in the server name. So these are the configuration used by the developer in the Apache server. There is a file called http.conf, or it could be any configuration file that has been used in your website. So you need to specify server name, and then just remember that always use Punicode version of your domain name in server name. Rest remains same. जैसा आप इंग्लिश वाले वेबसाइट में करते हैं वैसा इसमें भी करना है. Nothing new in that. Similarly, we do it for Nginx. If you are using Nginx, just have your server underscore name Punicode value, and you're good to go. So all your IDN setting for web server part is done. So now here comes a case where you have a case where you need to have multiple domains. Your website, you are catering to a website where it has multiple domain names. For example, in our case, Bhasanet, it is in 22 Indian languages. For that, what you have to do is that under server areas, there is a directive tag. We need to add all your domain names, whatever Punicode domain, the corresponding Punicode value of that domain name. So similarly, you add your server name. Primary domain name would be the English domain name, and then the server alias would be all the Punicode version of your IDNs. And the document root is your directory path to the directory of your website. That will remain same. If your all domain names are hitting to the same site, then that remains the same. Now this is how we do it for Nginx. Under the server name, you have to add just. But the only difference is even your English and all Punicode IDN domains are added under server name. So now comes the SSL. It's very recommended to make your website secure. It is needed to have SSL certificate. So in fact, all CA certifying authority supports IDN, means that they provide, Puni code is needed to just get your SSL certificate registered. So they provide SSL certificate that supports IDN, and you can go with the two option. One is SAN certificate. You don't have to buy or use a different certificate for each domain name. A single certificate will work for all domain name. And the other option is each domain name having a single certificate. And you can go with the free and the paid option. The free one is Zero SSL, is online based, where you can try it for 90 days. It's a very easy. Just mention your Puni code, and hardly it takes 1 minute to get a SSL certificate from there. But it works for 90 days. While in Let's Encrypt is something where you can get it for free, and then renewal you have to do it through certbot. So once you have that certificate, SSL certificate, a bit of configuration it would be needed. If you are using a SAN certificate, then this is how we have done it for Apache, where as you can see that the path of the certificate is mentioned, and then there is server alias. So on that server alias, you have to specify your Punicode version of that domain name. So like it said, the Punicode हर जगह इस्तेमाल होने वाला है. So focus on Punicode. Punicode एक बार clear करना पड़ेगा. And this is how we do it for when you have a multiple certificate for each domain name. So you have to add this directive for each languages. As you can see that we have done it for English. English के लिए अलग से added है virtual host. हिंदी के लिए अलग है. ऐसे ये सब के लिए add करना होगा. So once that is done, you have to test whether you are able to access your website. You can access it in a two-way. One could be Unicode URL direct. For example, here we say bhashanet.bharat. Type करके आप देखना होगा. Or other could be Punicode URL. Punicode URL directly आप type XN वाला जो part है उसको type करके भी आप उसको access कर रहे हो कि नहीं हो रहा है. That means your server has been configured rightly. You might be observing that in some browser you will be seeing X in that Punicode version. That happens with the old browsers. If you have updated in the new browser, वो आपको यूनिकोड पार्ट ही दिखेगा. वो हिंदी में ही वेबसाइट, अगर आपकी वेबसाइट हिंदी में, डोमेन नेम हिंदी में, तो हिंदी में ही दिखेगा. So always verify your DNS setting, SSL setting using online tools or any command, local command to check. And then there might be possibility that if you are having your English website and they have some firewall rule which restrict you from accessing domain names, IDN domain names, that you may need to ensure that if there is any rule which is blocking that IDN part. So you need to first check all your rules which are associated with English domain name. So we have observed that despite having all these steps followed, the site is not reachable. Developer are facing such problems. So this could be one reason that the security policy that are enforced for the English domain name are restricting that. So we need to verify that if there is any rule which is blocking that we need to check. Even with the WAF firewall rule, or it could be any intrusion detection system, we have observed that some system they do not support IDN domain names. You can test it locally first. You need to test your entire system locally. So just a quick recap, what we have learned. I'm expecting that register, you have your domain name, then get your DNS done. Web server setting, SSL is recommended to have, and then you test. By following these steps, you will be able to have your at least domain name. You can access your website using IDN domain name. Now, once that is done, the complex part is language switcher. where you want your, for example, you have multiple domain names and you want your content to be in a different languages. So there is a language switcher. When you change languages, for example, I want my Bhashanet in Bengali. So there will be a drop down. Hindi, Bengali, English, and all languages are there. So when you change to the Bengali, your entire content changes and then the domain name changes. So for that, we have how that is done, and there are SOPs that has been developed under Bhashanet. That will be covered by Shweta. I'll invite Shweta to take forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will cover how we can implement the IDN setup to our application to make our application as a IDN compliant. And I also walk you through how we have converted our Bhashanet portal to support IDN. So let's dive in. Control F5. F5, na? Yeah, it's not. So we have documented some SOPs for implementation of IDN on the Bhashanet portal under the technical corners section. So you will get the how we can implement. It's like a step-by-step procedure for the implementation that we have provided. And we have the SOPs in different languages like Drupal technologies like Django, which is a Python framework, and the Node.js. So okay, so being as a IDN compliant means we need to configure our multiple language domain to our application, and we need to have our content of the application in the same requested language, and so it will give the better user experience. And we can also add the language switcher, which allows the user to switch between the languages. And while developing our Bhashanet portal, we primarily focus on uh, uh, making the whole URL of the application as a multilingual. For example, our English domain is a bhashanet.in. If I go to any feedback page, then the URL will be bhashanet.in/feedback. But for the Hindi language, the URL should be bhashanet.bharat, which is a Hindi domain, /pratikriya. So this whole URL we have converted in the multiple languages. So here you can see we have provided the domain and the path. So full URL will be bhashanet.bharat/pratikriya. Okay, so Bhashanet portal is made upon the Django framework, and the Django framework mainly works with the local middlewares. So as name suggests, the middleware sits between the request and response cycle. So, and Django also provide one additional middleware, that is a local middleware, which provide the support for the IDN implementation. Multilingual implementation. So it provides the support for having the content of the application in different languages. So we can use these one of these three methods to make our application as a multilingual application. So first is by setting the sessions or cookies with the user preferred language code, or else we can use the headers. Or the third method is related to the URL pattern. For example, if the original URL is like bhashanet.in/about us, but with the URL pattern, whole URL will be bhashanet.in/hi/about us. So here /hi is nothing but the language code which provides the information to the Django application that the particular request is coming for the Hindi language. So the whole application will get converted into the Hindi language. So, and yeah, we can also manage the static and the dynamic content of the application with the help of the same settings. So Bhashanet, Django also works with the I18N patterns. So with the help of these patterns, they provide the trans and block trans tags. So using those tags, we can make our strings of the application as a multilingual application. And to handle the dynamic content, Django also provides the Parler, Django Parler, which is a library. And by using that library, we can make our whole database as a multilingual database. So with the single database, we can handle the multiple languages content. Okay. So the main part is like language switcher. So language switcher, to implement this language switcher, we have not used any third-party library or any tool. This is a core basic full business logic that we have developed here using some Python advanced concept like template tags, decorators, redirection, and storage mechanism like sessions and cookies. So here I'm just covering the overview of the SOPs. You will get the whole basic, all the details of the step-by-step procedure on the SOPs, which is provided on the Bhashanet portal. So just because of the time concern, I'm just covering the overview of the SOPs. Okay, so as I said, here we have implemented our core business logic to switch between the language. For example, currently the user is in the English domain language, but he want to switch between the English to Hindi language. So he can easily able to switch between using this language switcher. But sometimes we were not able to use this language switcher. Then there are third-party services also available. So using the third-party services, we can integrate those services in our application to make this switching mechanism. So they also provide the translation services. For example, here CDAC LPMF service, they provide the translation for our content. Again, the Bhashani also have language switcher. Google Translate APIs is also there, and the Microsoft Translator API is also there. And the last one is Amazon. So this is how we can achieve the implementation part. So if you have any concern about, then you can go to the SOPs of Bhashanet SOPs, which is provided under the technical corner section. So you will get all the step-by-step procedure. So yes, thank you. The next part will be challenges that we have faced during the development of the Bhashanet portal. So those challenges will be covered by Abhijit Thorat. Thank you.
So hello everyone. So before starting all the challenges that we have faced, I want to give a short note about the UA, the IDN, that all the things that you have seen from the morning that you all are going through. So basically, looking at IDN or UA or multilingual internet as an implementation, you can look it as like an adoption of the process. Like it's more like adapting the process of doing all the multilingual internet search. Okay, so I'll start with the challenges and the best practices that we have followed. Okay, so first thing that we have started with the challenges that we faced while configuring the email delivery. Okay, so while we were creating some registration forms or like feedback forms, there has some features that you get OTP over the mail whenever a user is getting registered, or you are getting a thank you mail whenever a user is adding a feedback. So while configuring these emails, we have faced some issues. we have faced some issues like while processing the data onto a SMTP server, we have to keep in mind that we have to process them into a particular format. Like you can see in the now here over here that user@bhashanet.bharat. So we have to process the whole email address as an user@ and after that Unicode, because sometimes the mail servers or the SMTP servers don't process the data whenever you are giving it in this manner. So the other thing that you have to consider is like validations. So whenever you're applying some kind of validation on the email part or the email addresses, you have to keep in mind that it should support like IDN data. Okay, IDN or multilingual data. It should support multilingual data, Unicode format. So we have to keep in mind that all the validations should be in the like it should support the Unicode formats. And ahead that you have to also keep in mind that we have to like sometimes some characters are like they might look similar, but they have some different Unicode different Unicode values behind it. So we have to normalize it also. So there are some best practices like NFC and NFD. So we have to first normalize it while processing, before processing it. So after that, these are like sending email to an EAI address. So whenever we are sending email, so we have to take in consideration that we must have a SMTP server that supports Unicode data. Okay, so like on the Bhashanet portal, we have registration form and feedback form. So they both have SMTP, like we have used the data mill service for integrating the SMTP UTF service. So after that, I'll start with the SMTP lib. Like for creating the email delivery, we have used some libraries, Python libraries. So one of the Python library was SMTP lib. So for the proper delivery, we have used this library, and it also like it has some formats, like it used the EA compliant emails only. So we have to keep in mind that it should support all the, like the library should support SMTP UTF-8. Okay, so now I'll go on to the database, like whatever the changes that you should do while giving, like wherever you're storing your IDN data, you should keep in mind that all these things should be under it. Like yeah, so whenever you are storing some kind of data, you should keep in mind that there should be a compatible character set. Like if you are saving the IDN data, you should save the IDN data into UTF-8 or UTF-8 MB4 format. So after that, you have to keep in consideration that you have to index the data. Like indexing, like whenever we are doing the SQL queries, we have to index the data. So in order to query the data in a better manner, we have to use proper indexing techniques, like some are hidden indexing or full text indexing or something like that. After that, we have to also keep in mind there are some collation rules that the SQL servers handle. So you have to keep in mind, like I'll show one snippet over here. Like you have to use the UTF MB8 MB4 Unicode CI collision in order to save the Unicode data. Also, in order to save the like whenever we are creating registration form or something like that, you have to use proper characters like data types. So for our Bhashanet portal, we were using varchar and many other things. So while other, like after that, we have also faced some challenges while creating registration forms or some another like feedback forms. So we have to, like whenever we are giving an email address, okay, so we should keep in mind that we should not store the wrong domain. Like whenever we are sending an email, on like whenever we are giving an email address onto the registration form, we should keep in mind that it should not go to a wrong addresses. Like while storing the data, we should keep in mind that we are considering all the validations correctly. Also using the email, we are also using email syntax validator for the verification. It is a service that you would see in the BhashaNet portal. And these are all the libraries that you can see on the BhashaNet portal. After that, we have to also keep in mind that while storing the data, you have to add some proper character length and store the Punicode data in a proper manner. So these were all the challenges that we faced while creating the IDN forms. So as you have known that IDN is a part of 5 process. So like while the accept, we should accept the Punicode data only. And for the EAI, we should accept local email addresses and IDN domains. For the long and new TLD, they should be properly validated. Like there is a list of long TLDs and TLD, and we should validate it properly. After that, while in the validation phase, we should validate the IDN domain names as per IDNA 2008, and we should reject all the invalid things. Also, here you can see some examples of valid and invalid email addresses. So, and there are also some forms of it, like Unicode and @idn.idn, then Unicode and @idn.ascii, then ASCII @ascii.idn. So you can follow all these things. Also, for the long and new TLDs, you have to validate it in the real time. After that, for the storage process, you have to keep in mind that you should either, whenever you're storing the data, you should store it either in the A label or the U label, that ASCII or Unicode format only. Also, for the EAI format, you should keep in mind that you are storing the data in a proper format only. For the processing, you should keep in mind that spaces are removed and the data is properly converted from U to A label, and the data is also normalized. And for spaces, and we can use various libraries that you can go through the website. After that, you have to also process the data and display it in a proper manner. Whether you are saving the data or processing the data or storing the data into Unicode or any Punicode value or ASCII format, you should process it in a like Unicode only. Like you can see here in the bottom that there are Punicode and Unicode data we have displaying. Whether you are saving it into an ASCII or a Punicode, you have to display it in a Unicode format. So yeah, that's it from me. And after me, Shubhangni would be giving the demonstration of the BhashaNet portal.
Thank you, Abhijit, for giving overview for the challenges. Hello, everyone. I'm Shubhangini Asati. Today, I'm going to demonstrate BhashaNet portal. Yes. So BhashaNet is a comprehensive platform designed to facilitate universal and internationalized domain name for multilingual internet. While multiple portals supports IDN and UA, BhashaNet is one of the key sample examples for effectively integration of UA and IDN. So as you can see that BhashaNet works seamlessly with UA and IDN, Here we have provided a drop down by which we have provided multiple language. So once if you select the Hindi language, you can see here that the domain part is also converting in Hindi language and the website content is also converting into Hindi language. So same, you can select any another language from this snippet as per your convenience, and you can see that domain part is converting into that particular language with the home page content part. If I click on any sub menu like UA India Karikram, the subdomain part or the extended part of the domain is also converted into the selected particular language. So as you can see that Bhachanet features various sections such as home, about us, resources, events, IDN websites, technical corner. So in resource, it provides various UA documents, best practices, various sample code for making your website ID and domain compatible. In this, we have provided one tools section. So here we have provided various essential resources such as top level domain existence checker, user keyboard, developer keyboard, script detection, Unicode font, transliteration, and IDN email syntax validator from which you can validate your syntax. So from these tools and resources, you can make your website IDN and UA enable. So I will move forward with, so today I'm going to demonstrate, I will show you that how login, register and feedback form works seamlessly with UA and IDN compliance on bhashanet.in. So I'm redirecting to the register page. You can access the register page by just following this link, bhashanet.in/register. This form is UA compliant because it supports in multiple language. As per your convenience, if you select Hindi, this form will be converted into Hindi language. We have provided various fields in this form such as email, password, confirm password and CAPTCHA. We have provided one register button here. So here we will be registering with EAI email address. So here I took some examples of valid and invalid EAI email address and I will demo accordingly. So first I have entered my EAI email address, which you can see that it is in Hindi language. Now I am entering my password. And the CAPTCHA. If here, before clicking to register, I want to highlight some points here. First, this email ID, we are validating the syntax and we are validating the domain part. If in case this domain is not registered, it will throw you one error. So first I will show you the invalid email address so that I can show you the error. So here you can see that we have shown an error message that enter a valid email address and your registration is unsuccessful. So now we'll move forward to a valid email address and try to register. I have entered a valid email address because datamail.bharat is registered. And again, I need to enter the password. And the CAPTCHA. Once I click on this register, you will get a successful registration message and an activation link has been sent to your email. So I have already opened my email account where you can see that I have got one email that your registration is successful. And to activate your account, you need to click on activation link. Once you click on this activation link, you will be redirected to the login page of bhashanet.in. So here you can see a message that user activation successful, and this login page is totally UA compliant with multiple language, and same as per your convenience you can select the language from this drop down. If you want to select and fill the login in SMEs, you can select the SMEs and the login form will display in SMEs language. So now, as I have already registered my email in Hindi language, so I will continue my login in Hindi language. So here I will put my email address by which I have registered earlier and the password and captcha. Before clicking to login button, I want to highlight some points here also. So before login, this email ID and password matches with the stored credentials in our database. If it's invalid, it will throw you an error and show an error message that your credentials is invalid. It means your email or password is wrong. And as I have entered the correct email, I will be redirected to the BhashaNet homepage dashboard, where you can see my Unicode email ID by which I have registered. So moving further with this, I want to show you the feedback form, and so this feedback form works seamlessly with UA compliance and IDN compliance. So here in this feedback form, I have mentioned various fields such as name, email, category, domain, and description, and captcha. So here, this feedback form is also IDN enable. You can submit your feedback as per your selected language. So when I changed the language, I am successfully logged out from this account. So now I am showing you the feedback form, which is IDN compliance already. Here we have provided one keyword so that you can input your name, email with the help of keyboard. So here I have entered my name in Hindi, as you can see, my email in Hindi, by which I have registered. Here I have provided 3 categories. One is suggestion, one is complaint, and one is your query, basically the question. So I have one question, so I am selecting this category. And now here, this is optional field. You need to enter your domain. And here you can query in Hindi or English. So I am continuing with English. So as you can see, I have filled this form. Same, before submitting the feedback, I want to highlight some point that it will validate this email. If it is not correct, you will throw an error message that please enter a valid email, and it will check for this domain exist or not. If it exists, it will be successfully submitting the feedback. Otherwise, it will not proceed. So here my email is correct and I'm going to submit the feedback. So here you can see my feedback submitted successfully, and I will check my mailbox. Here I can see a mail which is mentioning thank you for your feedback. So this is how our all the three forms work seamlessly with UA and IDN compliance. So I want to, as per Abhijit mentions before in the previous slides, that here we are following 5-step framework: accept, store, validate, process, and display. So our all the forms is accepting the Unicode and Punicode format. It is storing in the Punicode and Unicode format for backend compatibility. It is processing like trimming and normalizing the domain. And again, in display, we are displaying the username in Unicode format for readability purpose. And in process, we are converting U level to A level for maintaining backend compatibility. So yes, this concludes the live demonstration of BhashaNet, and thank you all.
A very warm thank you to the CDAC team and Sunita ma'am from NIC for organizing and conducting such an insightful workshop. This session has truly been enriching, and I am certain that each one of us has gained valuable knowledge and practical takeaways from today's discussions. At this moment, I would like to invite Shubham Saran sir to kindly present Memento to the CDAC team as a token of our appreciation. Yeah. I would invite the CDAC team to come. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. I would also request you to kindly stay back and present a memento to Sunita ma'am from NIC for her invaluable contributions. Thank you once again, sir. With this, we have reached the conclusion of today's event. To formally express our gratitude, I would now like to invite Rajiv Kumar, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It is really a very tough job to give a vote of thanks. But it's really good to us to express my thanks to all. Good evening, everyone. As we come to the conclusion of the celebration of UA Day in India, I take the opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who made this event grand success. First and foremost, I extend deepest gratitude to Secretary Sir, CEO NIXI, Mighty and others government officials for gracing this occasion with their presence. A special thanks to the organizing committee from NIXI, Mighty, and YAP team, and all volunteers who work hard to ensure this event was seamlessly and more memorable. We also thanks ground staff of ISC to make all the presents and flowers and everything is presents is here. Thank you and have a wonderful evening to all of you. Thank you. Sorry, please join IT in the outside of the.